I grew up in a place where snowstorms were normal, so when the forecast warned about a historic event, I didn't take it seriously. I should have. By the time I left work, the roads were already disappearing. Snow came down sideways, thick, heavy, swallowing headlights and blurring everything into a white tunnel. I made it as far as the rural stretch near my apartment before my car slid into a shallow ditch. No damage, no injuries, just stuck. I tried calling for help. No signal. I really couldn't hear anything out there. No passing cars. Just a silence really deep that I felt pressure in my ears. I kept the engine running and the heat on low, reminding myself not to panic, while simultaneously not wanting to run out of gas. People survived this kind of thing all the time, I told myself. While scanning the area outside, I noticed something in the snow. Footprints. They came from the tree line, perfectly shaped, leading straight to my driver's side door. What scared me wasn't that they were there. It was that I hadn't seen anyone approach. I would have heard it. The snow was deep enough to make noise no matter how careful someone was. I rolled the window down just a crack. "Hello?" I called half-heartedly. A man stepped into view, as if he'd been waiting for me to notice him. He wore a heavy type of coat, a scarf pulled up high over his mouth. Snow clung to his shoulders and his sleeves, but his face was pale. Even for the cold, it was too pale. "You shouldn't be out here," he said. And I know how this sounds, but I'm not sure that his mouth even moved when he said it. His voice sounded close, like he was leaning toward the car, but he never actually moved any closer. I told him my car was stuck, asked if he had a phone. He shook his head slowly. "I could show you somewhere warm." I was sure his mouth didn't move. Every instinct screamed not to leave the car. You're taught that early on during storms like this. Stay put. Wait to be found. I said no. He didn't argue. He just nodded, like he'd expected that answer. "I'll wait with you," he said. He sounded kind. He stood there while time stretched thin and strange. Snow piled up around his boots, crept higher along his legs, dusted his shoulders. He never brushed it away, never shifted his weight or even shivered. I kept checking the dashboard clock, convinced it had stopped working. The cold began to seep into the car despite the heater. My breath fogged the windshield faster than I could clear it. I looked at him again, and that's when I just noticed something else I couldn't explain. The snow, it wasn't sticking to his face. It seemed to be passing through it, not melting or sliding off. It was just passing through. I muffled something about needing to stay warm. I rolled the window up without saying another word. My chest was sort of tightened. I didn't look at him again after that. I was afraid that if I did, he might be closer. And I just wasn't sure about this guy. The storm cleared just after dawn. A plow came through, then another vehicle behind it. I don't remember much about being pulled out except the overwhelming relief of seeing other people again. They asked the standard questions. Was I hurt? Had I been alone? I hesitated before telling them about the man, about how he'd stood outside my car all night. They didn't react the way I expected. They didn't laugh or brush it off, but they didn't ask follow-up questions. They just exchanged a look, quick, subtle, but unmistakable. It was the type of glance that people share when they don't want to say something out loud. One of them cleared his throat, told me I was lucky. Storms like this could disorient people, make them imagine things. No one said anything else, but I couldn't stop thinking about that look. A few days later, once the roads reopened, I drove back out there in the daylight. The area looked harmless, quiet fields, nothing remarkable. I started researching that stretch of road online, then old maps, newspaper archives, and I found something. Decades ago, there'd been a small settlement out there. Nothing official anymore, no signs or buildings left standing. It was abandoned after a blizzard hit without warning. The articles were vague. Multiple fatalities, extreme exposure, and one photo that showed snow piled higher than rooftops. Every resident froze to death. Tornado warnings are strange things. You hear them all your life, so when one finally applies to you, it feels unreal. The sky that evening was the wrong color, if you will. Greenish, bruised, and the air, it was heavy, enough to press against your chest. When the siren started, I went straight to the basement. I brought my dog, a flashlight, and my phone. I didn't bring shoes. The sirens wailed on and off. Somewhere above me, the house creaked and groaned. And then I heard a different sound. Singing. At first I thought it was the wind. Tornadoes make strange noises. People say they sound like freight trains, but this was melodic, soft, almost gentle. And it was coming from outside. I went up the basement stairs before I could stop myself. The singing grew clearer with each step. When I opened the door to the backyard, the wind nearly knocked me over. The field behind my house, usually empty, was full of people. They stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the sky. Men, women, children. All of them singing this same low, wordless tune. None of them moved as debris flew past. None of them reacted to the sirens. The tornado touched down at the far edge of the field. I could see it clearly, twisting and alive, tearing the earth apart. These people didn't run. They lifted their faces towards it. I screamed for them to get inside. My voice vanished in the wind. It never stood a chance. One of them turned to look at me. I felt as if they wanted me to stand with them. My dog growled, a sound I'd never heard from her before. She started to come up the stairs, and I wasn't having that. I started to pull the door shut. The power went out. The singing stopped all at once. When it was over, the field was empty. No bodies, no sign of anyone. There were no reports of a mass group of people disappearing. Nothing like that. Tornadoes are weird, but this one was extra. I've held on to this story for over 20 years, mainly because it's impossible to rationalize. It happened to my friend, Leah, and me on New Year's Day, and it remains the single most terrifying moment of my life, primarily because of the physical proof that was left behind. This was back when I was in my early 20s. We were driving home from a New Year's Eve party in the mountains of the Pacific Northwest. It was about 1 a.m., and we decided to take a scenic, shortcut highway. It turned out to be a mistake. The road was deserted, slick with black ice, completely enclosed by dense, silent pine trees. The outside temperature was plummeting, and our old car's heater was struggling. The conditions got so bad that I decided I couldn't risk the next few miles without checking the grip on the tires. I pulled over into a remote, cleared pull-off area. Just a small gravel patch off the shoulder, and I killed the engine. The silence that fell was absolute, broken only by the tick of the cooling engine and the sound of the biting cold wind. As I stepped out of the driver's side, pulling my collar high, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. About 50 yards down the road, near a tree line, stood a lone figure. It was facing away from us, standing completely still. It looked like a person, tall and slight, wearing a long coat that was pale, almost the color of the snow, and it was dusting the ground. "Hey," I yelled, cupping my hands. "Do you need help?" The figure didn't move, didn't even twitch its head. I started walking towards it, thinking that there must have been an accident and they were the victim, in shock. Leah got out of the passenger side and joined me. "What are you shouting at?" she whispered, staring into the dark. As soon as Leah spoke, the figure seemed to dissolve. It didn't turn or run, just faded into the shadows of the trees, melting out of existence like smoke being pulled vertically into the dark canopy. I stood there feeling the immediate intense cold of the mountain night. Leah confirmed that she saw it vanish too. We immediately decided that we were done, whatever that was. We weren't going to stick around or go looking for it. We scrambled back toward the car. I jumped into the driver's seat and fumbled for the keys. Leah started to get in the passenger side, reaching for the door handle. Then she made a small, choked noise. She gasped, her voice shaking violently. "Look." Resting right on the black fabric of the passenger seat, where her hip would have landed, was a perfect, pristine snowball. It wasn't a clump of slush. It was a flawless sphere of tightly packed, icy snow. We stared at it, frozen with a deeper terror than with the disappearing figure. The doors had been shut until seconds ago. The car's heater had been running on high. How could a perfectly formed, ice-cold object be sitting dry on the fabric seat, with no trace of water, no melting, and no way that it could have rolled in, obviously? I snatched the snowball up and threw it onto the icy road. The moment it landed, we both heard a quick, clear, whispering sound. It came from the passenger side. It was a breath of freezing air, like a sigh of disappointment, immediately followed by the distinct sound of 3 soft, hollow thuds as the dense sphere broke apart on the ice. We really didn't speak another word until we hit the valley town an hour later. We still have no explanation, but know what we saw. Well, thanks for letting me share this. It's comforting to write it down. The flooding started slow enough that no one panicked. We'd had days of heavy rain, nothing unusual for where I live, but that night it just didn't stop. The sound of it was constant, like someone dragging chains across the roof. Around midnight, my phone started buzzing with alerts that I didn't bother opening. I'd grown numb to those. They always came too late or exaggerated things that never reached us. I lived alone in a small house near a creek. It wasn't waterfront exactly, but close enough that I'd always half joked that it might someday become one. I woke up at 2 a.m. to the sound of knocking. At first, I thought it was debris hitting the house. Branches, trash cans, something swept up by the water. But it was more soothing or rhythmic, 3 knocks, a pause, 3 more. I checked the windows before going to the door. The porch light showed nothing but rain in a dark, rippling shape where my yard used to be. The water had reached the steps. The knocking came again, louder this time. When I opened the door, the water rushed forward just enough to soak my shoes. Standing there was a woman I didn't recognize. She was drenched, her hair plastered to her face, wearing a pale nightgown that clung to her like wet paper. She didn't look panicked, and that's what struck me first. "Can I come in?" she asked. Her voice was calm, almost bored. I hesitated. Every warning you're taught tells you not to open your door in a storm, not to invite strangers inside. But the water was rising fast, and she was standing in it like she didn't feel the cold at all. She stepped past me before I'd answered. The moment she crossed the threshold, the smell hit me. Stagnant water, rot, something metallic like pennies. She stood in my living room, dripping onto the rug, looking around as if she were taking inventory. "You should go upstairs," she said. "The water always comes up faster than you think." Something about the way she said "always" made my stomach twist. I asked her where she came from. She tilted her head, considering the question like it didn't quite apply. "Downstream," she said. I grabbed towels, handed her one. She didn't take it. The water dripping from her never slowed. The creek breached its bank 15 minutes later. The water poured into the house with a force that I wasn't prepared for. I ran upstairs, yelling for her to follow me, and she didn't. From the landing, I watched her stand there as the water rose around her legs, waist, chest. She didn't struggle. She didn't reach for anything. She just watched me with that same calm expression. When the water reached her throat area, I saw her smile. Then she went under. I screamed her name, though I'd never learned it. I somehow knew it. Gail. I called 911 with shaking hands. Rescue boats came at dawn. They searched the house, the flooded yard, the creek. They didn't find a body. Later, while staying with a friend, I had to look up the flood records for the area. There was a photograph from decades ago, black and white, of a house that used to stand downstream from mine. A woman stood on a porch in a pale nightgown, water lapping at her feet. The caption said that she refused to evacuate. Her body was never recovered. But it was Gail. Like most other times, I noticed before the sirens had started. I was home alone, and the sky was that sickly green tint that people talk about. Seeing it in person is quite different. I grabbed my phone, my shoes, and went straight to the bathroom at the center of the house. No windows, solid walls. The house creaked as the wind picked up. Not sharp noises, but long, strained noises, like something testing the structure, slowly. And that's when I heard the whisper. It was close. Too close to be the wind slipping through cracks. It came from just behind my right ear. I knew this wasn't possible. I was in the bathtub, but my skin prickled. I tried to spin around, but the bathroom, the bathtub, it was empty. I told myself that it was panic, adrenaline. Your brain does strange things when it thinks you're in danger. The pressure in my ears intensified and the walls groaned again, louder. The sound of debris scraping across the roof made me crouch further. And then a hand, not gripping or pulling, just resting against the middle of my back, warm and steady, like someone trying to keep me calm. I couldn't move. Yet somehow I was comforted. The sirens cut off, and the sudden silence was worse than the noise, and the hand slid away. The pressure released, my ears popping. I could still hear the aftermath of the storm. I stayed in the tub long after it was over. When I finally stood, the house was intact. No major damage, just branches down. I never told anyone that story, because I know how it sounds, but I know what I felt and heard. This is my Uncle Matt's story, and I for sure wouldn't have believed it if he didn't show me a scar on the back of his shoulder. It's covered by a big, cringy tribal tattoo with a Bible quote. It's barely visible, but I could see it when he pointed to it, moving his finger along an almost perfect circle of raised skin. Don't know why I shouldn't believe him, other than how extreme the story turned. I asked my dad the validity of his story. He's Matt's younger brother. He chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, looked him up for a while, that's for sure." So, story goes as follows. Matt got a job as a hydrographic surveyor right out of college. I don't really know the ins and outs of what a hydrographic surveyor does, besides basically using machinery on boats to map the seafloor. Depth, features, science stuff. Matt currently works at Amazon, pissing in jugs to meet delivery standards. I would have never guessed that he was a marine researcher in his past. He just never exactly came off as a scholar, not these days. Picture John Cleese, but homeless. Shaggy brown hair, gray beard. Throw on some glasses thicker than a bottle cap, and you've got my Uncle Matt. He was chosen to work with another scientist named Jason. Their job was to take a small boat with a bunch of machinery out into the English Channel, off the coast of London, where they would do their surveying work. Before they left port, the boat that they were supposed to use was having problems. Jason was acting as captain and lead of their expedition, and with his basic boating mechanics knowledge, he was able to get the motor running again and insisted that they set sail. Predictably, a malfunction would kill the power their first couple kilometers out to sea. While Jason tinkered with the engine below, Matt stays above on deck, leaned over the railing and watching the waves hit the side of the boat. 30 meters out, something floats to the surface that catches his eye, resembling a mound of rubbish or waste. The sun reflected off a big, glossy, black trash bag that laid over the rest of the stuff. Sadly, seeing trash in the ocean isn't a rare thing. Fishing nets mixed with other trash and sea life. It gets tangled all together until there's a buoy of discarded material and dead ocean creatures drifting in the waves. Although an unpleasant sight, it wasn't cause for alarm, according to Matt. It wasn't until he said that he saw a person under the tarp, and it looked like they were fighting the waves, trying to make it over to the boat. That's when he was alarmed. Doing a 360-degree scan, Matt couldn't figure out where this person came from. They were the only boat out there. He calls down to Jason, telling him what he sees, and soon they're both standing on the deck, watching this mass of trash slowly make its way to the boat. They debate if they should throw a flotation device as they stare at it, trying to get enough visual evidence that it's actually a human moving under there. The closer it gets, the figure struggling under the garbage bag begins to look undeniably like a human. As the waves bob the trash pile around, in between the mess, they see the upper body of a man, from his torso level up. brief glimpses of flesh-tone arms frantically waving every time the black plastic bag moved in the water. It's clearly a human. He was struggling, and as strange as his appearance was, Jason and Matt both leapt into action. A floating ring was thrown from the boat. It was an accurate toss, landing meters from the man, but he didn't swim for it. As much as both of them screamed for the guy to go to the red and white ring, the black mass stayed on track toward the boat. The closer it got, the more unnatural the man began to look. Jason mentioned that the man keeps swinging his arms around like he's treading water. Matt waited for another wave to move the trash around and reveal the man again. When one was large enough to separate the other, Matt agreed with Jason's observation. For the distance he was covering while fighting against the current, it didn't look like he was swimming. He was in a constant state of drowning, emerging from the water, grasping out for anything to hold on to. Questions were traded amongst the two. If they could see the man's facial features, young, old, neither of them got a decent look at the man's face. A foreboding feeling spread between Matt and Jason as the drowning man neared his distance to the boat. They would keep shouting at the man until the giant plastic bag was rubbing against the side of the boat. It's close enough to the boat where they can't just look out from where they are and see it. One of them would actually have to walk to the edge of the boat and lean their body over the railing a bit in order to see straight down to the side of the boat. Jason, the appointed captain, without words, decided that he'd be the one to do it. So as Matt stayed on the middle of the deck, Jason walked to the side of the boat, and after taking a slow, deep breath, he put his hands on the railing and leaned over. The glossy, black trash bag that encompassed the floating blob looked more rubbery and thick than plastic. Parts of it were covered in barnacles. There was a visible nest of garbage, but a lot of what he saw wasn't definable. This is all stuff he was telling Matt as he looked over the side. The center of the mass was still rising and falling, like someone was stuck beneath it. Still thinking it was a man under there, Jason tells Matt to open the rear gate at the deck because he's going to drag it on board. Using a long, skinny metal rod, Jason pushed the blob to the rear of the boat and tells Matt to help pull the thing up. For its size, it's a relatively easy process for both of them to lift it out of the water and begin dragging this man on board. 2 arms reached out from under the muck, but they were thin, deformed. Jason keeps stepping backwards, trying to get it out of the water, as Matt stops and sees that whatever they're pulling onto the deck is still coming out of the water. It no longer looked like garbage coming out of the water. As Matt's trying to figure out what he's looking at, he hears Jason scream. He turns around, and the blob that they were pulling up has opened up. The flesh-toned person that they thought was trapped inside was in reality a group of tube-like tentacles that intricately twisted themselves to resemble a human figure. When untangled, there were over a dozen tentacles whipping around the boat as the creature began to pull itself on board. With half of its body still under the surface, Matt didn't know any marine animal that had those kinds of tentacles. They didn't have suction cups. They looked like hollow tubes, almost like big rubber garden hoses, but massive, and with rows of small, pointy teeth inside, each acting independently of each other. Seeing the chaos, Matt starts slamming the gate on the creature. But that only turned a few of the tube's attention away from Jason and onto him. They lunged towards him. He could feel the razor-sharp teeth embed themselves into his shoulder, and the creature began to drain his blood like a leech. Its slippery body nearly impossible to get a proper grip on, but with both hands, Matt is able to rip it off, leaving a circular hole in his shoulder where it latched onto him. He's still fighting with it when two more attach themselves to his hip and left thigh, striking with the same violent precision as the one that he'd already been wrestling with. It was overpowering, and the loss of blood would quickly weaken him until all he could do was lay there while the tentacles fed on him. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Matt could feel his body slowly being dragged toward the edge of the boat by one that was burrowed into his spine. Then, only by the grace of God, he hears a metallic grinding sound as the boat's motor comes back to life with a shake from under him, and the propellers started to spin in stuttered jolts. Its blades were chopping into what he had to believe was part of the creature, still submerged, because the tubes that were stuck into his body released, and Matt was momentarily smothered as he felt the weight of the other tentacles sliding over him, retreating into the ocean. The men were once again alone on the deck, and after a while, Matt gathered enough energy to pick himself up. Woozy from the loss of blood, he stumbles around the boat until he finds Jason slouched over the helm. His back was covered in bloody holes from the attack, but miraculously, he was still alive. Matt had to use all of his strength to move Jason's body over so that he could take the wheel. He recalls it as some of the worst stagnations of pain he's ever experienced while steering the boat back to land. The open wounds on his body stung like the creature injected toxins into him, and they also burrowed into muscles, severing tendons and making Matt scream out in pain when he has to steady the wheel against the waves. As the boat got into port, he used the radio, got in contact with someone who called an ambulance, and they were waiting when they arrived. The sedatives they gave Matt weren't effective, and he was awake the whole trip to the hospital. Doctors looked at him like he was mental when he had told them what happened. A male nurse overheard the story, suggested that it was a group of big eels or even prehistoric leeches. The nurse's comment may have been delivered in a facetious tone, but Matt argued vigorously, repeating that the tubes were too thin and were all coming from a single source that stayed hidden under the boat. He told them that they all started by presenting themselves in the shape of a human, all the tubes twisted to form a head, arms, down to its belt line. It was intentionally moving the way that it did. The doctor started writing on her clipboard. She didn't find it as humorous as the nurse did. But Matt knew right then and there that this hospital stay would probably be spent at the other kind of hospital, and he was right. But it was most likely in his best interest. Even after his lengthy stay there, my dad said that Matt became even more of a recluse than he already was, and I know it doesn't help that Jason would end up dying in the hospital a few days later, leaving Matt without anyone to validate his story. After I heard it and my dad confirmed it, he added, "Yeah, your Uncle Matt is a man who's lost his marbles, and it was a steep decline to where he is now. But he didn't always used to be like that." So I'm more inclined to believe what he's saying is true. I wanted to come on here, tell his story, and see if anyone with a marine background wanted to lend their ideas as to what this creature could have been. It may not uncrazy my uncle, but it might bring him a sense of closure. I don't know. You tell me. I'm afraid that it could also catapult him into some sort of frozen PTSD deadpan. He kept doing that in between his story, stopping all of a sudden with a 1,000-yard stare for a moment before starting again. Kind of freaked me out. My mom said it all started when I was in her tummy. Her name's Wanda. She was 14 at the time, and when her mom discovered that she was pregnant, she kicked Wanda out of the house. Worst part is she'd been raped by her mom's boyfriend, but she refused to believe her. She told Wanda that she knew about all the boys at school that she was getting fresh with. The abuse had been happening for years. It was only a matter of time until she got pregnant. That means that I was a product of a sinful act. But I was told that this is how blessings work. I met my birth mother for the first time when I was 16. She's spending the rest of her life in prison, arrested just a few days after I was born. The family that raised me never hid the truth about where my mom was. Judy and Aaron had adopted me before my first birthday and raised me like their own. I never went without. I never knew my circumstances were unique until I started going to school and seeing other family dynamics. It was strange to them that my mom was in prison, but it didn't affect me. It was in my early teen years that I think I started wanting to know more about my bloodline. There was a genetics project in science class that had us going home, asking about our family tree. Eventually, Judy asked if I wanted to meet my mom in person. It took me a few years after that to get the courage to take her up on the offer. I was 16, becoming a woman, and thought that it was about time I met the woman who made me. The morning we drove to the female prison, I was nervous. Judy asked if I would prefer if she joined me, but I declined, thinking it was something I needed to do on my own. Going there, the place was intimidating, but she did most of the talking. Staring at her, I could see what I would look like when I aged. I was a spitting image of her, no doubt. An update on my 16 years of life lasted for the first few minutes, but most of our visit was spent with everything leading up to getting locked up. She said she'd planned to drown me as soon as I came out, but a trucker made her have a change of heart, and instead, she left me on a park bench in a nice neighborhood. The sun would have made its way within the hour, and she knew that someone was bound to find me. And she was right. A man walking his dog found me and took me to the police station. Same police station that she would be showing up at a few hours later. But our association wasn't acknowledged. She was living on the streets until the night she gave birth to me. It was her goal, when she was homeless, to stay as close to a hospital for when the day came. And when it did, the doctors assisted her. But without insurance, she was sent on her way soon after. With her new baby sleeping in a cheap hospital bassinet, she had nowhere to go, so she started walking west, hoping to hitchhike to California, where it was warm. But she didn't make it that far. The first ride to stop for her stuck-out thumb was a big 16-wheeler. She recalled that the man had a look of disappointment when she got into the car, and she felt a tinge of shame as she pulled herself into the cab, holding the bassinet. He didn't ask where she was headed to, but he did ask what she was doing walking on a highway at 2 a.m. with a baby. She told him everything, and his stern expression lightened into pity. The man calmly says to her, "Hey, I'm gonna let you in on something, all right? When I was driving up behind you, I thought you were a guy." He told her that she had broad shoulders and a muscular back. He thought that he'd hit the jackpot. He didn't see the baby until she was slugging the carrier into the passenger seat. He says that he most likely wouldn't have pulled over if he knew otherwise. But he thought fate had paired them together that night because he was having urges. His violent urges. An itch that he hated to scratch, but hated even more to clean up. If she didn't already know what he was getting at, he turns on the dome light in the back area of the cab to show a little sadistic collection of sharp objects, handcuffs, duct tape, and liquor bottles. Turning off the light again, the man puts on his turn signal and starts changing lanes for an off-ramp. It had probably been over an hour of them talking and driving. She didn't know how far they'd gone. Seeing this, Wanda asked where they were going, and the man says, "We're turning around." She begs him, "Please, mister, don't take me home." But he's already turning the big rig for the entrance ramp. He tells her, "Now listen, that man shouldn't have done those things to you." He asked what she was going to do with me, and she told him her plans. That's when he told her to give me a chance. They drove through that high-end neighborhood, looking for a place to drop me off. Wanda said that she'd never been to that area of town. The houses sat on hills, and the streets were maintained, well lit. Even though it was early in the morning, there was no time to take in the sights. They had to be quick. When they saw the park, right under the street lamp, they ran back to the truck and left, returning to the highway in the direction towards her town. "What now?" she asked. Again, he turns on the back dome light, but this time, instead of just showing off, he reached back with his right arm, began shuffling through the stuff. From under the pile, he pulls out a handgun. He presses the dome light button off with its muzzle. Wanda can feel herself go pale. The blood rushed from her face when she saw him pull out the gun. She felt lightheaded for a moment, thinking the man had changed his mind about killing her. But she feels the cold weight of the steel get set into her lap. The man asks if she's ever used one of those, and she says no. He tells her to pick it up, shows her how to hold it, how to make it go boom. The man tells her that he's giving her a gift from God, tells her a religious story that she remembered as a girl. There's a man lost at sea, stranded and floating on a wooden board out in the ocean. 3 boats arrive to rescue him, and each one he sends away, telling them, "I don't need you. God will save me." Eventually, he succumbs to exhaustion and dies. When he meets God, he asks why he was left alone to die in the ocean when he'd been so strong in his faith. God tells the man, "I sent you 3 boats." The trucker chuckles after the punchline and then says, "I know now. God is giving you a gift through me, and I suggest you take it." "What's the gift?" she asks. "Revenge," he says. "Don't you want to get back at your mom's boyfriend? He's a bad person, and it's his fault you're here." Wanda did hate him, but she would have never considered murdering him. But that idea wasn't only put into her head, it was nailed in sturdy when the trucker gives her the ultimatum. He says that she should accept the gift, or he'd have to kill her. After a moment of mentally weighing the options, Wanda chooses to give credence to the gift laid in between her thighs. She gave him the address to her home, and he pulled up right outside the house, told her that he'd wait for her to go in. Wanda exited the vehicle and didn't bother tempting fate to give her another deal. She walked right up to the front door and took the hidden key behind one of the bricks by the front window. She let herself in. When she opened the door, she heard the truck roar to life from behind her. Loud, it rumbled the glass. Wanda had the front door still open, and the noise must have even been loud enough to wake up the 2 sleeping inside, because Wanda turned to wave goodbye to the trucker. When she turned back around, her mom and the boyfriend were walking out into the living room in their underwear, confused. The boyfriend was shielding his eyes from the light that was entering from the front door. He said, "Wanda, was that you?" She panicked, started firing at him until he fell. Then she turned the gun towards her mom, cowering behind the couch, finished the clip until the gun was just clicking and clicking. Most of the bullets had missed her. She knew her mom was alive. This is when my mom tells me the most gruesome part of all of this, and really solidified why we were meeting in the establishment we were that day. My mom tells me that she bludgeoned her mother, my grandma, to death, with a lava lamp. She said the glass that they make those with is surprisingly thick. By the time it broke and the contents fell out onto the floor, it was hard to distinguish what was lava lamp liquid and what was her mom's. Her words, not mine. It was said jokingly. I remember trying to laugh, but only managing a half smile because she said, "Oh, I'm just playing." I do not, in fact, think she was playing. Someone had called the cops after hearing those various gunshots, so they eventually showed up. Wanda told me she didn't even bother leaving. She said she knew she had nowhere to go. Prison was technically her best option, and for sure her closest meal. She even admitted to leaving me in the park once the police got there. Of course, by that time, they'd already found me on a separate call. And so, that was the story. Leaving the prison that day, I felt strangely hollow. I'd gotten the answers I thought I wanted, but instead of clarity, there was only this weight. Wanda was part of me. Her face was my face. Her story is tied to mine in ways, but she was also a stranger, frozen in time behind those walls. When Judy pulled the car around to pick me up, I realized, or maybe I just always knew, family isn't what you're born into. Sometimes it's the ones who show up, the ones who choose you, the ones who stay. And while I'll never be able to change the beginning of my story, it's at least an interesting one. And I can decide how the rest of it's told, so there's that. Beats being drowned. A demon began to mock my anguish, striking mercilessly, denying allowance for my soul to heal, and backpedaling what minuscule progress I had made in my efforts. It's been less than a month since my husband was taken from me. 26 horrid days to be exact. But my torture began the day I received his ashes. His family arranged for a quick cremation after the accident, and within 7 days he was returned to me in a navy blue urn. That very night, I heard my husband call out to me from somewhere deep in the house while I was in bed. Clay's voice had a natural baritone quality, smooth like butter. It woke me up, though. As my eyes opened, I wondered if his voice was simply woven into another sad dream. Even in my grievous state, I wasn't delusional about the reality of my circumstances. The voice that woke me up was believed to be imagined, until it spoke to me again. Clay's deep voice gently called my name, as if he was trying to figure what room I was in. It sounded like he was just outside the door. "Honey, are you in there?" Tears filled my eyes, and I pressed my face into my pillow, trying to silence my unsteady breathing. When I heard the door handle start to rattle, I put the covers over my head and continued to listen through the thin fabric shell that I'd made. There's no locking mechanism on the knob, but it still never fully turned, not enough to latch itself. They were making centimeter turns back and forth, purposefully, only to make the knob squeak. It was repetitive and disruptive, egging me to go check it out. But by then, nothing could have convinced me Clay's spirit would act like this. The entity on the other side of the door was not the man I loved. Later that week, I'd hear his voice again. This time, the demon didn't attempt to conceal the discrepancies of its impersonation. When it spoke, it sounded like multiple voices talking in perfect unison. It laughed a ghastly chuckle before the smoke alarm began to ring, forcing me to leave the safety of my bedroom to turn off the alarm. I was shocked to see the living room completely filled with black smoke. It was so thick I couldn't see anything when I opened the door. With my hand stretched out in front of me, I had to feel my way around to open the windows. There was no fire. When the smoke cleared out, it didn't come back, and from what I remember, it didn't carry the scent of burning that I expected the black smoke clouds to have. It was odorless. That happened at some point during the middle of the night, where there was no immediate threat. I decided to solve the mystery the next morning, but the inspection only puzzled me more because nothing could recreate the smoke. I would have had to set the couch on fire to get the same color of plumes. Even that, though, would have been saturated in a campfire smell brought on by burning wood and accelerants on the fabric. The smoke I aired out had no smell at all. I believe the demon takes pleasure in my misery. It feeds off my energy, presenting me with affliction to stay continuously trapped into its source. Morning consumed with relentless gluttony, a dessert for which I'm unable to refuse delivering upon demand. The demon's hunger grows stronger after midnight, but laterally, the daylight rarely brings peace anymore, it seems. Possibly emboldened by my complacency on the matter, the demon revealed itself to me in the light, of course to taunt me. It came to me in the form of clay. I was bringing groceries into the house, but most of them spilled from my hands onto the floor when I saw Clay sitting in one of the chairs in the dining room. His back was facing me, and he was looking out the window. I closed my eyes, hoping they'd deceived me, but Clay was still there when I opened them again. His body hadn't moved, but his head and neck were now twisted, like a barn owl, and he was staring directly back at me. The groceries at my feet were left where they fell, and with one bag still tangled in my arms, I walked out backwards, closing the door and returning to the car, and I attempted to assess what to do next. The family and friends I reached out to all agreed that it was the grieving process. They assumed I was over-exaggerating with my claims. Out of pity, a few of them offered to stay with me until I got mentally grounded. Their well-meaning intentions, however, had the opposite effect and made me feel like they thought I was going crazy. Maybe I am going crazy. None of this sounds like comments made by someone with hubris. However, what I've experienced was as real as reality itself. Out of 53 years, I've never questioned my sanity, and I still don't. Unfortunately, though, standing by this belief, I've pondered if the insane can ever know they're insane. Before this, it hadn't come to mind much, but I kinda thought not knowing was the blissful part about insanity. I would at least prefer that deterioration before physical health, and I hope I still have a lot of years before I need to actually start considering these possible outcomes. But when my grandparents died, one of them had a heart condition, and one had dementia. The one with heart problems died on the dirty floor of a Walgreens, suffering a major heart attack while they were yelling at a pharmacist. The one with dementia drowned in a fountain at the retirement center. And you could argue that drowning could be worse than a heart attack. But from what the doctor told us when we got there, she had no clue what was going on and made no effort to stand up in the shallow pool. One could rebuttal that her obliviousness to the peril she was in made the circumstances less tragic. That being said, I'm as sure as I can be that I haven't lost my mind, and I'm equally confident something awful has taken up residence in my home. I don't feel comfortable bringing this up to my loved ones anymore. I know they're also trying to find their own closure, and Clay's unstable widow constantly calling them for assistance will become burdensome soon. I don't want to do that to them. I am hurting. This is probably one of the lowest moments in my life. I've done my best in life to love as little as possible. I know that sounds sad, but I think about it like alchemy. The love I had will be traded equally for pain. Is love worth the pain? Most of the time, it isn't. But sometimes, somebody comes along who deserves every bit of love you have. I willingly gave my heart to Clay, and I'll cherish our 20-plus years together. And for this, I welcome the resulting misery with open arms. It comes in waves, and I take each one in stride. My true issues stretch past the threshold of misery and land in a territory I didn't fathom possible. I was told to think about adopting a pet to alleviate the crushing loneliness I feel. I've been considering getting a dog, but with the uptick in activity, I think it would be cruel to bring a puppy into such a negative environment. Hence, why I'm here. This morning, I felt a stinging sensation when the water hit me in the shower. It was irritating enough for me to actually turn off the shower to inspect the stinging region located on the left side of my body, right below my ribs. Before I could physically see what it was, the skin felt raised and welted. Looking at it in the mirror, there was an oval ring of what looked to be teeth marks that had formed around my hip. Like a dog bite, but the markings weren't shaped like an animal's snout. It more resembled a human's bite, except the culprit was able to unhinge their jaw because the two crescents reached close to my back and belly button on both sides. Right now, as I type, the skin feels like scales and hurts to touch. I'm going to urgent care when they open in the morning. I don't know what this could be on my hip, but I'd love for someone to tell me that it's just grief. We bought our house because it had good bones. That's what the realtor kept saying. Built in 1939, 2 stories, steep roof, wide porch, and a massive oak tree in the backyard. It needed a lot of work, but we were excited. Our first home, our first real project together. Our daughter, Abby, was 9 months old at the time. She had just started crawling. That was part of the reason that we rushed the closing. We wanted her to have a home, not a rental, not a temporary space, a place that was ours. The weirdness of the home, it started in the back bedroom. It was the only one on the second floor that didn't seem to belong. The layout was strange. The walls were uneven. The floor sloped inward ever so slightly, like it had been pieced together with leftover parts. We planned to turn it into a playroom eventually, but for now, it became storage. Boxes, baby gear, spare furniture. We didn't go in there much. About a month in, I started tearing out old drywall to fix some insulation issues. In that odd room, behind a mismatched panel, I found a door, nailed shut, drywalled right over, narrow, maybe 5 feet tall. The hinges were rusted but intact. I called my wife upstairs. We stood there staring at it, both weirdly quiet, like we'd found a secret we weren't supposed to see. It took some effort, but I got it open. Behind it was a room, narrow, windowless, more crawl space than bedroom. About 7 feet long, just over 4 feet wide. The walls were yellowed plaster, and the floor was old wood slats stained dark with age. In the center, against the far wall, was a tiny rocking chair. Next to it sat a metal-framed child's bed. No mattress, just slats. No windows or lights, just the furniture. And the smell, something musty, forgotten, like dust and old fabric. Or something sweeter, like an old book. We didn't talk about it much after that. I sealed the door again, but this time with a latch instead of drywall. We figured we might turn it into a reading nook one day, something charming. But then things started happening. Abby began waking up every night, it seemed like at the same time, not crying necessarily. Sometimes she was just sitting up in her crib, alert, watching, facing the wall closest to the strange little room. We checked on her constantly. Nothing in the room ever seemed off, but the behavior was too consistent to ignore. And then the sounds. At first I thought it was mice scratching inside the walls, rhythmic, subtle. But an inspection turned up nothing. No droppings, no damage. The traps we set stayed empty. And the scratching, it only ever happened in the dark, never during the day. One night, half asleep in bed, I thought I heard humming. A soft, high-pitched lullaby. Not a tune I recognized, just a melody. It was slow and repetitive, floating through the drywall. I sat up trying to place where it was coming from. It was faint, but it was coming from that wall. I went to check on Abby. She was sleeping, but her crib had shifted ever so slightly, angled toward that same wall again. I moved it back the following morning, but that night she was awake again. No crying, just standing, holding the rails, staring at the wall. I don't scare easily, and I'm not superstitious, but something shifted in that house after that. Like the air in certain rooms had just gone stale. The back bedroom started to smell different too, like old flowers and powdered sugar. It's a smell that you can't really trace. And then the latch came undone. We were downstairs when we heard it. Metal shifting against wood. A subtle clink. I grabbed a flashlight and went up. The back bedroom door was wide open, though I knew I'd shut it. And the small door to the hidden room, the latch hung loose. The door cracked open by maybe 2 inches. I stood there staring into that thin gap. The air seeping through was colder than it should have been, like walking into a fridge. And the same sickly sweet scent wafted through. I closed it. This time I added a padlock, and things calmed down for a while after that. Abby slept more soundly. The scratching stopped. We avoided the room. Didn't even mention it. I think we both felt like giving it attention somehow kept it alive. Whatever it was. But it wasn't gone. Not long after the last incident, I woke up to find Abby standing in her crib again. Not upset, just silent, wide awake, staring at the wall. I walked over to her, rubbed her back. She didn't react or blink, just stayed fixed on that patch of plaster, like she was waiting for something. I pressed my palm to the wall. It was cold. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it, I heard it again. The faintest trace of a melody. That same soft humming. Only this time, it stopped when I moved. Like something new, I could hear it. I picked Abby up and carried her into bed. She didn't sleep, and neither did I. But the next day, we moved her crib downstairs, made a temporary nursery in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but we couldn't ignore it anymore. We didn't have answers. We just had the feeling, that knowing, there was something behind that wall. We hired a contractor to seal the small room with concrete. We told them that it was a structural concern. I stood and watched them fill it, layer by layer, until that space was nothing but a short memory. It's been a couple years now. Abby's older and she laughs more, sleeps through the night. She doesn't remember any of it. The house honestly feels lighter. No more sounds in the walls. I really would like some help understanding what's happening to me and my husband. This all started about 2 years ago, when he was still my boyfriend. The two of us and another couple decided to explore this old abandoned hospital in our town. The one that everyone says is haunted. And you know how it goes. Local legend, creepy spot, teenagers looking for a thrill. The second we got there, though, something felt shifty. Part of that could have been the fact that we weren't really teenagers. Maybe we were a little too old to be doing this sort of thing. Maybe what we were feeling was that we were intruding on younger people's territory, though that wouldn't be the case. Even before we stepped inside, I had this knot in my stomach, like the building itself was waiting for us. But that's dramatic, right? So still, we went in. For a while, I wandered off on my own, shining my phone flashlight down empty hallways. The silence in this place was unreal. I swear that I could feel eyes on me. Not one pair, but several, watching from places I couldn't see. I've never felt anything like it. And you don't realize that until you're not there anymore. And you think about how strange that feeling really was. There was no sound of movement or footsteps, just this pressure in the air. I'd always believed that souls might linger after death, but I'd never really believed in ghosts. Not really. But I was open to the experience. Eventually, I met back up with my boyfriend and our friends, and we started exploring together again. We came up to a pitch-black hallway, so dark the light from our phones barely cut through it. The guys stopped suddenly, whispering about hearing something ahead, and then they ran. No warning, they just bolted. Me and the other girl looked at each other, and then down the hallway next to the dark one. And that's when we saw them. 2 little girls, standing hand in hand, staring straight at us. Their faces were pale, their outlines soft, like the light around them didn't quite touch their skin. Before we could even process it, the guys came rushing back, pale, shaking. They said they'd seen someone, a tall, thin man, standing in the dark. At first, they thought it was a homeless person, but when they turned and looked, it wasn't a man. It was this tall, easily over 7 feet, black from head to toe, featureless shadow. Just a silhouette against the dark. No face, but you could feel it looking at you. Like the girls, who weren't there anymore. We ran. None of us said a word, just sprinted for our cars, hearts out of our chests. As we ran, we kept catching glimpses of it through broken windows, behind door frames, like it was pacing us, moving faster than we could. This shadow, larger than life. When we reached the back exit, I remember the door being closed tight. I even grabbed the handle before realizing we could get out another way. We finally got outside, piled into my car, and tore out of there. But that thing didn't stay behind. As we drove off, we could still see it, flashes of black in the windows, like it was following behind us. I remember starting to literally hyperventilate. My boyfriend had to pull over at a church so I could breathe. Eventually, we told ourselves it was just adrenaline, shadows, fear playing tricks on us. And like idiots, a few hours later, we went back. It was probably the vodka that actually gave me the courage, but I feel like it was the worst mistake of my life. We split up. The other girl and her boyfriend went one way, me and mine another. We weren't even thinking straight, just being reckless at this point. A few minutes in, we started hearing things again. Soft whispers, footsteps, but they weren't ours. I could have sworn I felt something cold brush past my arm, and I ran out again. And that's when I noticed something about the back door, the one that had been shut earlier. It was wide open. We stopped for just a second, and there it was, standing in the doorway, motionless and watching. We didn't wait to see what this giant shadow would do. We got in the car and we sped off. The entire drive home, I could feel it. It didn't follow us, but every time I looked in the mirrors or the windows, I half expected to see it. That night, despite not being sad, I cried until I fell asleep. I can't really explain it. But over the next few weeks, the feeling faded. It wasn't gone, not completely, but it got weaker, and I was happier again. Every now and then, I would catch something out of the corner of my eye. I'd feel the air go cold for no reason. But I learned to ignore it. And for a long time, I thought that it had left us, whatever it was. But in the last few weeks, it's back. The same heavy air, the same feeling of being watched. I've seen it in the reflection of our TV, standing behind us when the screen goes black. I felt it next to our bed at night. Sometimes my husband wakes up gasping, like someone was sitting on his chest. It doesn't feel particularly human. It doesn't feel good. It feels hateful. I don't really know what it wants, but I know that it followed us from that hospital. I just don't know how to make it stop. If anyone knows what this thing could be or how to get rid of it, please do tell. I haven't seen the house in years, not since a trip with my daughter, maybe 3 summers ago now. But sometimes I still dream about it. Not just the rooms or the wallpaper peeling off like sunburned skin, but the landing. That one stretch of hallway outside my old bedroom door. Growing up, I used to see someone standing there. It always happened late at night. I'd wake up, feel this pull, this need to look toward the hallway. My door would be cracked open just enough to catch the dim light from the upstairs nightlight. And every now and then I'd see it. A tall, dark figure, standing perfectly still on the landing. There was no face or details. It was a silhouette, like a shadow that someone forgot to pick up. I never saw it move. I never heard it breathe. I'd blink and it would still be there, staring. My parents said that it was sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination. My mom even blamed my late-night reading habits once. Told me spooky stories get into your blood if you're not careful. Eventually, I stopped telling anyone about it. I stopped looking, too. I'd close my door at night and try to convince myself that that meant it couldn't be there. But deep down, I still felt it. Just watching. I moved out at 17, and I never looked back. There were a lot of contributing factors to my move, but that house never felt like a home. And the house sat empty after my parents passed. We rented it out a few times, but it was never a consistent income. Eventually, the place just fell apart. The plumbing failed, the roof sagged. I thought about selling it, but something in me couldn't let it go. A few years ago, on a whim, I took my daughter up there. She was 7 at the time, curious, fearless. At that age, everything is either an opportunity to ask 5 million questions or an adventure. We were on a road trip, and I figured we'd pass by, peek inside for a few minutes, take some pictures, and be gone before lunch. The house looked worse than I remembered. Overgrown weeds, shutters hanging crooked. A busted gutter was dangling like a broken limb. I told her it used to be beautiful. Like a haunted castle, she asked. I laughed, but something in me sort of tightened. Inside, the air was dry and stale. Dust floated in the sunlight like ash. Most of the furniture had been cleared out, but a few things remained. The old coat rack in the entryway, the cracked mirror halfway up the stairs, and a worn runner on the landing that hadn't been vacuumed in decades. We walked through slowly. I showed her the kitchen where Grandma made soup from scratch, the living room where we watched VHS tapes on stormy nights, the closet under the stairs that used to terrify me for no reason. And then we went upstairs. The moment I set foot on that staircase, something shifted. The light changed, or the silence got more intense, hard to explain. Pressure in the air, like the house was breathing. At the top of the stairs, we stood on the landing. I pointed to the door at the end of the hall and said, "That was my room." She didn't say anything. I turned to look at her. She was staring at the exact spot. The one across from my bedroom door. The one I used to see him standing in. Before I could ask, she said, completely calm, "Who's that man watching us?" It hit me like a punch. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. "There's no one there, sweetheart," I said, trying to keep my voice level. She tilted her head, still watching. "He's not scary, he's just standing there." I wanted to look. I really did. But I couldn't. I told her it was time to go, and she didn't argue. We left the house, locked the door, and didn't speak of it much that day. She seemed fine by dinner, back to her usual bubbly self. Kids are good at forgetting, sometimes, but I'm not. She doesn't remember saying it now. I've asked, gently, once or twice. She always shrugs and says she doesn't even remember the house. We did end up selling it. But I remember it. Now that I'm even older, I wonder if it was ever sleep paralysis, or if I was seeing something real, something that was tied to the house, something tied to me, I guess. What I saw back then, it never moved or spoke, never did anything to scare me outright, but it was always there on that landing, like a permanent fixture. And I guess that's the part that unsettles me the most now. Not that it was ever there, but that it never left. And so, what was it? I inherited a laundromat that I didn't want. Uncle Ray passed away in February. Quiet guy, never married, no kids. The man who never showed up to a family function, but always sent birthday cards with a crisp 20 inside. All I really knew about him was that he ran this 24-hour laundromat just off the interstate and didn't trust banks. So when the attorney told me that he'd left the whole thing to me, including the land, I figured that I'd drive down, look it over, and probably sell it. I wasn't expecting the place to still be open. It was just past 11 p.m. when I pulled into the gravel lot. A fluorescent open sign was still buzzing in the window, and 2 of the machines were spinning inside. I walked in and was hit with that familiar detergent and metal smell, like heat and soap, and something slightly burnt. The air was dry, and there was no one behind the counter, no customers, just the hum of old appliances doing their thing. There's a long mirror across the back wall, and I caught my own reflection. Half-lit, road-tired, and deeply uncomfortable. I don't know why, but the place felt homey and eerie. I hit the bell on the front counter, no answer. And that's when I noticed a dryer in the back corner, number 6. A different model than the others, slightly rounder, older, almost retro. All the others were beige, but this one was steel gray with flaking red letters. The door had a tiny dent in it, like someone had kicked it in, and unlike the rest, it had no coin slot, just a faded yellow sticker that read, "Do not use, not in service." It was the only dryer making noise. I walked over, expecting to see it rattling or glitching, but no, it was running smoothly. A soft thump, thump, thump sound came from inside, like something was rolling around. it wasn't plugged in. How is that possible? I opened it and it stopped instantly. Inside was an old towel. It was blackened and burned on one edge, like it had been left too close to the space heater. The moment I touched it, the lights flickered twice, and then stabilized. I backed away and let the towel fall to the floor. That was the first night there. Over the next 2 weeks, weird stuff started happening. The cameras that I had installed for insurance kept cutting out between 2 and 3 a.m. The same machines would spin, washers 4 and 7 and dryer 6, when no one was in the building. I had a buddy who's an electrician. He looked at the wiring. He said the panel behind the dryer was wrong. When I asked what he meant, he just said that it didn't connect to the rest of the system. Said it looked patched into something older. I was staying in the little manager's office upstairs. One night I was jolted awake by what sounded like screaming, muffled. I ran downstairs with a bat, thinking maybe a homeless person had broken in or gotten stuck. The door was locked, no windows open, but dryer 6 was running again. Something inside of it was banging against the door inside, like fists, loud, desperate. I opened it. It was empty. No towels, nothing, just a faint burning smell and a warm trail of water pooling onto the floor. I don't scare easy, but I called my sister at 3 a.m. that night. I told her that I was thinking of settling everything as is. 2 days before I had someone lined up to come appraise the property, I found a box of receipts and logs in the storage closet, handwritten, going all the way back to 1978. My uncle had recorded every incident that had ever occurred in the laundromat. Mostly boring stuff, but near the back was a page titled, "The Fire, October 13th, 1983. I didn't know about the fire. Apparently, a local woman, single mom, worked nights, had fallen asleep waiting for her clothes to dry. Her 5-year-old daughter was with her. The wiring caught fire in the back. The place went up fast. They only ever found the mother. The girl was presumed dead, though her remains were never located. The report ended with, dryer 6 was the ignition point. Manufacturer claims they never made a model matching its description." I think Uncle Ray knew about the weirdness. I think he kept the laundromat running because it kept something contained. Like it was a prison cell that only worked if people were still using the other machines, feeding it quarters and cycles and time. I think the girl never left, or if she did, something else took her place. I often see dryer 6 spinning. I'm never surprised, but sometimes when I open it, I see that burned towel back inside. I don't even know if it's the same one, or how it gets in there. Probably time to get rid of this thing, but from what I've read, I think Uncle Ray tried that already. I'm tempted to keep things exactly as they are. I've already inherited this laundromat I didn't want. I don't want to inherit some bad luck by messing things up or changing things. So, I guess it just stays for now. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie, staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back. "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then, she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road in the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either. and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description, any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that, but when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though, but I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that, but it'll always be a creepy mystery. I quit my summer babysitting job this morning. Saturday was my first day with the little girl, and today's Sunday. I feel terrible quitting so suddenly. The family I've been working for recommended me, so I'm pretty positive I just blew my chances babysitting for either of them ever again. Originally, I was scheduled to stay there until the morning with the kids, but I ended up calling Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we'll call them, closer to 3 a.m., begging for them to come home. I needed to get out of there. It was an overwhelming sensation that had been lingering since I pulled into the driveway. As much as I tried to blame the feeling on first-day jitters, nothing could prepare me for how quickly my anxiety would spike being there. The children were 3 and 5. Let's name them Jack and Jill. The kids were watching Bluey in the living room after dinner, and I was cleaning up. The living room was within sight of the kitchen sink. After I started the dishwasher, I walked out into the living room and saw that Jack had fallen asleep on the couch and Jill had gone upstairs to play in their bedroom. Jack wasn't big for his age, so instead of waking him up, I was able to just pick him up off the couch and carry him to bed. The second floor is a wide hallway with a mirror at the end of the hall, facing back. There's a bathroom and bedrooms on either side. I can see the kid's door is open, and I can hear Jill giggling at what sounds like another person giggling with her. Their bedroom didn't have a TV, but I thought Jill may have had a radio or a Nintendo, something that she was playing with. Before opening the door, I tried peeking into the opening to see if I could find where the other voice was coming from, but the gap didn't let me see much. But what I did see was enough to scare the hell out of me. Jill had long, straight hair, and it looked like static electricity was keeping it up floating. That's the best way I could describe it. With Jack now resting over my shoulder, I supported him with one arm and fully opened the door with my other. Jill was playing on the ground with her dolls. When she looked up at me, all of her hair fell back down to normal. The siblings have an expensive wooden bunk bed at the far end of the room. Making sure not to twist my ankle on the toys, I carried Jack to lay him on the top bunk. When I pulled his resting body from my shoulders and laid him down, I was surprised to see that he was now awake again. His eyes were wide open, and his facial expression looked terrified. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head yes, but crawled into his blankets and didn't take his head out from under the covers after I tucked him in. While I was doing this with Jack, I felt a push on my lower hip like Jill was getting into the bottom bunk right below, and after I got Jack settled, I leaned down to get her tucked in. But the bed was empty, and Jill was still playing with her dolls behind me. I didn't like that, because what I felt on my hip was clear pressure from cold, small hands. I could feel her individual fingers press against me. The unmistakable feeling of a little one pushing by, but Jill hadn't moved. It was Saturday night, and the parents didn't specify a bedtime for the kids. I asked if Jill needed anything, but when she said no, I got out of that room as fast as possible, went down the stairs to clean up the house before I made a bed for myself on the couch. Cheerios were everywhere. I could have filled a whole new bowl and reserved it for the morning with how many I found. After every last one was found and dispersed of, I was finally able to settle down and watch some TV. The calm was short-lived, though. Another noise had me on my feet again, when from behind me, I heard the sound of a child running in the hallway, upstairs, toward the stairs. I'm expecting to hear "Miss Amy" any second, so I haven't really turned around yet to address whichever child's coming. I'm watching the show on TV, waiting for them to interrupt. But instead, I hear the feet hit the ground with a loud bound in between steps. As soon as the pattering stopped, there was a crash onto the floor that shook the floor under me. I thought, oh my gosh, one of the kids just tried to jump down the staircase. There's a wall that separates the hallway stairs and the living room. It forces me to hop on my feet, turn around the corner from the couch to look. When I flip on the hall light, I'm relieved to see that nobody's hurt themselves, but I'm highly freaked out as to what I just heard. As I'm looking down the hallway, I can see most of the way up to the upstairs hallway as well. Jill walks out of her bedroom to the top of the stairs and sees me standing there. I ask her if she heard that loud noise, and she nods her head yes. So I ask if she knew what it was, and she nods her head again. "It's Hannah." "Who's Hannah?" "She's my sister," Jill says. I ask, "Hannah made that loud noise down here. How did she do that?" "Hannah jumped from here to down there." She then goes on to tell me that her sister keeps asking Jill to jump with her, but she's too afraid. The whole time she's telling me this, I see the light from the bedroom door behind her change size, like the door was opening and closing in the dark hallway. I'm still paying attention to Jill, thinking the sound also woke up Jack, and I'm going to see him come out to join his sister any minute. But after her explanation for the noise we heard, Jill turned around and went back into the bedroom. She then closed the door behind her. The upstairs hallway was completely dark again. I turned off the downstairs light and got back on the couch. Around the living room, there's a bunch of family pictures of the Smith family. Most of them were recent, but lots of baby pictures. Jack is a newborn and Jack has brown hair and Jill has blonde. It was easy to tell which baby photo belonged to who. In maybe two of these photos in the corner of the living room, there's a baby Jill in the picture with another older blonde girl that looks almost identical to Jill now. Could that have been Hannah? I thought. These grainy, somewhat old photos gave me goosebumps, so instead of staring at them all night as I tried to sleep, I turned on the TV and was happy to discover that Nick at Night was playing episodes of Friends, and eventually I would doze off watching the show with the volume down low. The next time I woke up, it was because the living room was freezing and the blanket I'd fallen asleep with was nowhere to be found. The TV was off. It could have been set on an automatic timer that I was unaware of, but the DVD player under it was blinking numbers like the power had recently gone out and come back on. There was another small radio clock on one of the shelves next to the TV that was also blinking to be reset. I used the remote to turn the TV back on, and Friends began quietly playing again while I stood up in search of my blanket. It was cold enough to see the air I breathed by the time I got to the thermostat, which was located across the room. The space around me was warm again. The thermostat was also reading at a normal temperature. I turned on the living room light, and what I saw next to the entryway made me nearly faint. My blanket had been draped over the coat rack, and for a moment, I thought a huge, dark, 7-foot-tall creature was standing next to the door. It took me a few seconds to figure out what I was looking at, and when I did, I noticed the blanket didn't fully reach the floor, and under it, I saw 2 little feet poking out the bottom, and this time, I knew Jill was trying to trick me. Not wanting to knock the coat rack off balance and possibly have it fall on her, I gently grabbed the blanket with 2 hands and tried to lift it over with a little fluff. The blanket drops, losing its shape, and there's no Jill hiding in the coat rack. Take this how you will, but when the blanket dropped, the coat rack was a lot smaller than what I had pulled the blanket from. When I first noticed my blanket draped over it, I thought I would have noticed something that tall by the front door. When I looked down and didn't see Jill, it felt like my tummy was filled with rocks. There's just no way she would have been able to run away, hide completely like that. She's 5. I just stood there with my blanket, listening to the sounds of Jill still playing upstairs in her room. I didn't care how late it was. I was relieved to hear someone else was awake in the house, and after the coat rack thing that I had just seen, I didn't want to be downstairs alone. I flipped on all the lights that I could before my ascent. When I went into the kitchen, the microwave timer said that it was 2:52, and so did the oven timer. It was only the living room that lost power in the house. When I'm at the top of the stairs, the hallway in front of me is dark, aside from the light under the children's door. I can still hear Jill's voice giggling, and clearly a shadow moving back and forth. I can see it under the doorway, blocking out the light when it passed. Turning on the hall light, I started heading towards the door. I gave 2 little taps with my knuckle before opening the door. The room was dark, and both of the children sound asleep. It was freezing in there, like when I woke up. The same weird bubble of cold I'd stepped out of by the couch downstairs. It felt like I'd stepped through a wall of stagnant, cold air. Outside the room, it was warm. I quietly stepped back out and closed the door, glancing into the big mirror that faced the hallway. There was something different about the reflection. The upstairs bathroom is directly across from the kids' room. I can partially see both in the reflection. I can see a little past the handle of the bathroom door, but the bathroom door on my side is fully open. I look again into the mirror. I can't begin to understand how the door could be closed in the reflection. I frantically scan around the mirror for any other inaccuracies, but it's only the door that looks wrong. Then I tried standing in different positions in the hallway while staring at the reflection of the closed door. Nowhere I stood could give me the correct view of what the door actually looked like. I'm at a loss for any explanation, and then it makes the slightest movement, and in the reflection to my right, the bathroom door opens a few inches. Still, nothing was happening on my side of the mirror, but I ran my reflection away from that door and back down the stairs. And that's when I called the parents, multiple times. Surely I scared them or worried them, but you know what? I was terrified. Still am, technically. Had I not quit, after this, I'm sure they would have fired me anyway. They were completely unimpressed by me and rather bitter about cutting their trip short. Though, personally, I think that they should be a little bit more concerned with the potential demons or ghosts living in their home. You know, specifically the one that keeps trying to convince their daughter to jump from the 2nd story. But hey, I'm just the babysitter. They're the parents. What do I know? Not my problem anymore, I guess. I inherited my grandparents' property when I was in my early 20s. As a young adult, this was probably the most impactful blessing on my life. It financially opened me up to spend my money in other ways and beginning on a shoestring budget. I'll forever appreciate this home. When I was growing up, early childhood, my mom would drive us out here for visits. The house was next to a dock and a small lake, and I would swim for hours in the summer. There was one winter I even got to skate on it when it froze over. That wasn't fun because of all the sticks and things that were sticking out of the ice, and if I tripped, I was going into the water and freezing to death. It's actually just another memory that scared me relating to this house. Basically, I remember us being out here all the time. His home was used as our personal timeshare because at the time he was an engineer and regularly rented other houses closer to the work site. This trip was during an especially sweltering day. We left our apartment hoping the rural environment would provide more tree cover and relief from the hot city pavement. It was a good idea, but the area's temperature wasn't all that much better. At this house, though, we could leave all the doors and windows wide open to let a breeze in, and of course, the lake. It was one of these afternoons, and I had just gotten out of the lake and was drying off on the back patio. My mom was sitting in a plastic chair next to me and we were talking, but our conversation was interrupted by the sound of all the windows and doors around the house slamming closed. It started in the front of the house. Front door, living room window, boom, boom, side door, bedroom window. We sat frozen as the slamming sound made its way to us, with the kitchen windows, back patio left door, and then finally, boom, back patio right door, the one that we were closest to. We were anticipating it to slam, but it was still unbelievably scary watching a door move on its own. And then boom, it shook the wood beneath us and my mom let out an uncontrollable eep. When the slamming started, I think we were both half-heartedly thinking that my grandpa had gotten home, and as the slamming got closer, I was more and more expecting to see him. Then the door moved on its own, as well as the side dining room window right after. My mom pulled me close to her, and we sat on the deck waiting for the noises to continue. But after the last dining room window was closed, it all settled down. We both watched windows and doors shut without anyone on the other side. An intruder in the home wasn't what my mom and I were looking for when we walked inside. It was just us two out there, and with no other way to sugarcoat it, she explains that she needs to go inside. Everything we needed was still in there. A phone, her car keys. I didn't want to be left alone, so I was right behind her when we went inside. It was like a furnace when we got in there. My mom said, "Hello, hello," but my grandpa wasn't there. The thermostat in the living room, it was on and turned all the way up. I turned it down while my mom went from room to room checking for an intruder. Finding no one and no other reasonable explanation, the phenomenon was blamed on an air pressure thing in the house. Although this sounds like a lot of excitement, it really wasn't. I probably could have even had this be a forgettable memory, especially with the air pressure excuse being assumed as true. But that afternoon, there was one more thing that happened that really scared me. Again, in my childhood, this is the one and only time that I was genuinely struck with fear due to this house. But after all the rooms were checked and the thermostat was turned back down, both of us were back outside on the deck. This time, we decided to leave the doors and windows closed. We were considering ourselves lucky that none of the windows broke when they came down the first time, and we didn't really want to tempt fate again. It was becoming dusk. The sun was setting across the lake, and my mom and I were enjoying the scenery. We're both sitting on the deck, and we feel the whole house shake, like an earthquake that only lasted a second. The lake wasn't disturbed. The trees around weren't shaking. The sound and feeling only came from inside the house. I turned around first. From where I'm standing, I can see into the house from the window, and clear as day, I see a woman standing in the living room. She can see me too, because when we make eye contact, it looked like she began to scream, but I couldn't hear anything. Then, she evaporated into thin air. I turned to ask my mom if she saw the woman, but she hadn't. I told her, "I saw someone in the house." She knew from the tone in my voice that I was serious. So instead of asking further questions, she picked up a hand shovel from the little gardening plot next to the deck and ran inside. Again, she went from room to room, this time with a sharp weapon. Nobody was found. After that, we both felt uneasy. My mom, being the adult in the situation, was feeling more spooked than me and decided to take us home that night. After that, there wasn't any more weirdness. We had many visits after decades of them, and now I own the house. I still feel happy and content with my little abode, as I previously mentioned. I live by myself. Well, not all by myself. It was more for my parents' peace of mind than mine, but it would be an injustice for me not to mention Scooter, my cane corso. He's my giant protector against the squirrel and deer that I've encountered while living out here. I got home the other night and found this big boy wandering around the front yard, and at first I thought Scooty found a way to open the door and let himself out. He's big enough, but can't get the concept of turning the handle down. So I was surprised when I drove up to find him lying in the grass. The huge thunderstorm that rolled past here, it was right over top of us by then, and I was focused on getting him inside before it started to get bad. When I parked in the driveway, the property was dark. I knew the power must have been knocked out. I got out of my car, and mid-walk to Scooter, I turned and looked at the house, trying to figure out what door he'd gotten open, and the hair literally stood up on my arms. It wasn't one door that was open. It was all of them. And then I saw that the windows were all open as well. I was panicking. I thought I'd been robbed. I grabbed Scooter and pushed his big butt into the backseat of my car. Then I got in, locked the doors, and called the cops. When they arrived, we stayed in the car as they did a walkthrough of the house. After they made sure the house was clear, they closed all the open windows and doors, and I was able to go back into the house to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. Everything was how I'd left it in the morning. After the police left, I light a bunch of candles and put them around the house. In an aisle that separates my kitchen and living room, I slip on a wet spot. I almost dropped the candle. I flipped on my phone light to see what I had slipped on, but I couldn't find the source of where any moisture could be coming from. Looking at where I'd fallen, though, I noticed there was actually a small trail of water. The splotches looked like small feet prints, and wow, saying that feels as crazy as it felt in that moment, following the trail of watery prints to the back door. The feet were pointing away from the back door, though, like the prints were entering the house. I just stared at them, baffled as to who was running through my house barefoot. Sure, they weren't there anymore, but I felt sick thinking someone had been through there. Nothing was taken, though. Maybe it's something I haven't noticed yet. And Jesus, I went down a rabbit hole, paranoid, thinking about that one. I went from room to room, checking desks, closets, shoeboxes, everything. All using my cell phone light and Scooter stuck to my hip. All of my jewelry and shoes were untouched. Even cash that I'd left out was still there. Now, I don't want to believe my house somehow got haunted. I don't know how that would even happen. But here I am writing this, only trying to still explain coming home to every door and window being wide open, my dog in the yard, wet footprints in my house. And I still haven't gotten to the part where you think, oh yeah, I guess this place is haunted now for some fucking reason. The power eventually comes on, and when it does, the generators kick in. It's a low vroom startup that shakes the foundations of this old place like a jet engine. New pipes and plumbing, old foundation. Startling at first, but I put two and two together when the rumble sound is in sync with the lights. When the house is lit again, it becomes difficult to see outside in the dark, but almost as if it was right against the glass of the window facing the yard. I realize that I'm looking at the silhouette of a child, a pure black figure outlined in the window in front of me. I took a step toward the window, and they vanished. I tried to tell myself I was just seeing things. Maybe it was the rain or a shadow that was cast by the trees that were swaying. But the chill down my spine told me that something was weird about that. I closed the blinds. I was trying to shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Scooter wouldn't stop pacing. He usually settles in right next to me, but he kept going to the back door, sniffing at it, letting out some low growls, his hackles raised. I'd never seen him like that. Later that night, as I was finally drifting off to sleep, something made me bolt upright. It was the unmistakable sound of little footsteps, faint but clear, pattering across the hallway just outside my bedroom door. I remember holding my breath and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself, no way, just the rain. But I couldn't ignore the fact that they sounded like little wet footsteps, each followed by a soft splat, like someone was tracking water across the floor. Scooter growled again, this time from his spot on the floor by my bed. Then the footsteps stopped. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, but it never did. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. And just as I started to relax, I could have sworn I heard a knock on the door. 3 soft taps, and then nothing. I didn't move, and neither did Scooter. I decided I was gonna get up. I got out of bed, opened the door just a crack, and looked into the hallway. Nothing. The floor was dry, no sign of any footprints, no sound of anyone else in the house. I went back to bed, but I barely slept. The next morning, I went to check the back door, trying to convince myself that maybe the whole night had been some weird, bizarre, vivid nightmare. But there, right on the inside of the back door, was a single, small, wet handprint. It smeared across the wood as if someone had pressed their hand against it, reaching in. I know some of you will think that I'm crazy, but even having all of these things happen, I know that there's nowhere else I'd rather live. So I'm not really sharing for advice so much as just sharing my most bizarre experiences with what I consider to be the paranormal. In another timeline, me and my partner most likely wouldn't have gotten married, simply from my horrible first impression of him. Nowadays, his emo fashions transitioned into a comfortable ska surf punk style, and he's about 5 cans short of a 6-pack he once had. But back in our early 20s, Liam went by Lee, and he was a flippy-haired scene kid that indulged in the macabre, with an equally shocking and dark sense of humor. On the inside, he was a soft, gentle boy whose sadness poetically filled a notebook hidden in his closet. Liam truly had and still has a beautiful mind and a beautiful soul. But when we first met, he came off as a total pretentious asshole. Well, he really just came off as a big old drunk. The occasion was for a mutual friend's birthday. It was a house party on a Saturday night. I hadn't planned on staying out too late or drinking too much because I had to work in the morning. Plus, I'd already been there all day to help decorate. The house had a huge sound system in the living room that, for the most part, stayed at a reasonable low muffle from outside. I'm on the back deck giving my hugs goodbye before I get on the road. And as I'm getting ready to leave, a few of Lee's friends were asking around if anyone had seen Lee. With the amount of attendees at the party, I hadn't even known they were there that night until they approached us. Nobody on the deck had seen him. We all shook our heads no. They were both stumbling drunk and couldn't narrow down a time frame beyond them being 100% sure that Lee had been with them when they got to the party. Both friends looked stressed, but I hadn't known Lee well enough to share their emotions, and when they walked away to ask the next group, I wrapped up my goodbyes and left. On my way home, a pervasive smell kept wafting up my nose, so I closed the vents. And that didn't help, so I opened them up and rolled the windows down, and that helped a little. But as soon as I'd rolled the windows back up, this foul odor was immediately right in my face again. I'm thinking that I must have stepped in something or hit a pregnant skunk on the way out because that was how unbelievably overpowering it was as I drove. The route home was long, and the 2-lane highway was windy with zero visibility past my headlights. Then I started hearing low, animalistic growls that couldn't have been human. The house party I was at was located deep in the woods, and I was literally shaking with fear, thinking, what if I had been smelling a wild animal that was waking up in my back seat? I slowed my drive and pulled over to the shoulder with my hazards on. There was nothing I had to protect myself if the creature would have leapt from the darkness of my back seat, and the dome light was dead center of the front and back seat. I was trembling, reaching my hand out to flip it on. When I did, the car's interior lit up, and I was met with a sight I hadn't expected. There was, in fact, a dirty wild animal waking up in my back seat, but it was of the human variety. Lo and behold, Lee, in a pitiful display of tolerance that night, had shown up to the party already completely wasted. Instead of following his friends into the house to continue the party, he found the first unlocked car to pass out in, and lucky me, he chose the back seat of my Nissan. He'd been puking on the floor of my car for hours possibly, enough for the liquid to pool on the floor below his hanging head. Thankfully, the floor was protected with tough rubber mats, but he didn't keep it isolated just to the floor mats. Oh no, it was everywhere back there. Even spattered on the back window. I didn't want to know how it got up there. It was disgusting, and I was horrified. That moment disrupted all 5 of my senses at once. No, I couldn't taste him, but the smell in my nostrils made it as if I could. The screams I should have been emitting were replaced by dry heaves, watching Lee push himself up to a seating position. This bold Romeo that had just awoken chooses not to acknowledge any of the many things wrong with the moment, but instead, he says, "Hey, baby, you fine. What's your name?" Before I can tell him to get the fuck out of my car, he feels another wave about to hit and dives out on his own accord. My car was already ruined. He might as well have just finished what he was doing in the back seat. It was all the same at this point, but I was grateful for his gesture, I guess. Lee walks a couple of yards into the tall grass and starts the second round of his waterfall impersonations. I'm trying not to look in that direction to give him some privacy, but if I wanted to see a pile of his puke, I could have satisfied my cravings by looking into my back seat. Hell, I could have looked directly up and still seen some. Now, I bet you're thinking, Doris, the story of how you met your future husband is scary, but in a more esoteric way. And that's not what I came here for. Up to now, you would be correct, but this is when an authentic scare happens. One that we can all feel weird about. While Lee's throwing up outside the right passenger door, I'm drum tapping on the steering wheel waiting for him to finish. That's when, from the opposite side, so on my driver's side window, I hear 3 taps. I thought I'd dropped an eyeliner between the seats because the taps were gentle. But when I glanced in the direction of the noise, there was a man pressed up against my window. If I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, the shock of seeing him there would have launched me out of my seat. There was no reasonable place for this man to have come from. I was parked on the side of a 2-lane highway, dark, miles from any house or business, and it looked like my scream of distress. It made him smile, like his intentions were to scare me, and he got what he wanted. His big, toothy grin only intensified my emotions. I was pretty terrified, but also a little embarrassed now. Keeping my window rolled up, I start yelling at him, "What do you want? Get away from my car." And to this, he takes a few steps back from the window and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a little black dog running around here, have ya?" He was an older man with a straw hat, dressed in a coat too big for his body. Under, he wore a dirty white button-up, thick black suspenders holding up his pants that also looked baggy on him. I shook my head no to his question, and he says, "Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." From the other side, I could still hear Lee in the bushes. He had no clue what was happening only a few feet away. The man in the straw hat continued to stand there, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at him. Then he finally turns like he's going to walk away. But before he goes, he says the most unsettling thing, all with the creepy smile that never left his face. He says, "I wouldn't be out here too long if I were you. Those red lights blinking like that will attract demons out here." I didn't respond. The man's presence was intimidating, not in the way of a physical threat. He was an elderly, small man, but there was something about him that scared me deeply, internally. From the way he arrived to the way he left, it was like I'd met the devil himself. Then he turned to his left with his hands raised to his mouth to project the sound of his voice, and he called out, "Sandy, come out, girl." He whistled loudly, putting 2 fingers in his mouth. I turned to see if Lee got startled by the whistle, but he was already back in the car. The front of his shirt was covered in puke, and he looked miserable. This time he got into the front seat, and after closing the door, he asked me if I had just whistled. I say no, it was that guy. But as I scan the dark road, left to right, there's no sign of him. Lee never saw him. I could feel the hair on my arm stand stiff, and before Lee could even put on his seatbelt, I turned off my hazards and punched the gas, kicking up the gravel on the shoulder of the road as I got back onto the highway. The man had all but disappeared. I kept looking in my rearview mirrors, hoping my backlights would pick him up, but the road was empty. Lee is in and out of consciousness, trying to give me directions to his house while I'm driving as fast as I can without killing us on the turns. It doesn't end there. A few miles down the road, I have to slam on my brakes. Inertia sends Lee's sleeping corpse into my dashboard. His forehead slightly cracks my windshield. He's groggy, cussing, and confused why I just did that. But this time, my reasoning is undeniable, because we could both see it. There, drenched in my headlights, sitting in the middle of the road, was a little black dog. It didn't flinch as the sound of my tires burning rubber to stop screeched towards it, and it didn't move after I honked a few times. I hear Lee's door pop open. He's about to go out and grab the dog, but before he can, I say nope and drive cautiously, but quickly, around this dog in the road. I'm driving slow, but the moment we're past the dog, I was feverishly looking in my rear views. Sure, it's dark, but it's clear that the dog we'd just seen was now much taller. There was no way that old man made it this far on foot, beat us to this area. But there was no way that was a dog, either. I slap Lee on his chest and tell him, look, and he sees it too. Even in his drunkest, he slurs out, "What the fuck was that?" My foot got a little heavier on the gas. No way had that just happened. Honestly, it had me so rattled, I'd forgotten Lee was in my car. Only 2 minutes away from my own house is when I realized it, and I decided he could shower and sleep on my couch. Someone was going to need to clean my car out the next day anyway. So yeah, my love story and horror story essentially took place on the same night. Lucky me. I feel like there has to be more information on this, but I can't find anything beyond cookie-cutter news articles. I couldn't possibly be the only one writing about this. My story can't be the only one. But if it is, please read this before it's suppressed or deleted. I live in central Okanagan, and in late January, I'd gone on an early morning walk with my dog Pickle. It's a routine we do every day. I keep binoculars, a Swiss Army knife with a flint, and a plastic bag for dog droppings, all in a fanny pack attached to my hip every time we leave. The trail we walk goes on for kilometers, but Pickle and I rarely make it 3 before turning around. In that distance, there's still hallmark vantage points that look over the winery valleys. My Instagram's filled with photos of the view throughout the seasons. In the early morning, it was typical to see a low fog covering the valley in a haze before the sun comes out to evaporate it. There was also an old man that I'd always see driving the rows of vines. There's 4 large plots and he maintains the furthest. I don't think he's ever seen me up there, staring down at him. I'm pretty hidden behind trees and he's barely a speck from where I am, but it's always a fun sight to see. On this day, as we stopped to take in the scenic landscape, there was a slow fog drifting in from the hills unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was bright pink, opaque clouds that were slowly consuming the valley in front of me. The fog was probably about 5 to 6 kilometers away and lower in elevation than where I actually was, but still, watching the fog as it spread made me feel anxious. It floated in such an ominous manner. The crows and other smaller birds started to fly away in large clusters trying to avoid it. I didn't like seeing them do that. It also forced me to notice the lack of nature noise that I'm accustomed to hearing on the trail. I knew Pickle had come back because I could hear him breathing by my leg. I could hear the wind rustling the grass, and it sounded like ocean waves around me. The silence actually rattled me. I'd never heard the world so quiet, so empty. And then a sound began to echo from the valley. It was barely a hum, but I was astonished I could hear it from where I was. I started looking for its source on the furthest plot, and I spotted a large tractor emerging from the fog. It's going full speed and leaving a clear path of destroyed trellis fencing in its wake. It hurtled right through the rows, trying to outrun the cloud. Plumes of brown and green lifted off the ground every time the tractor bucked. I put up my binoculars again to get a better look, but when I got a view of the tractor, I could see through the rear window of the tractor, unobstructed. If there was someone in the driver's seat, their body would be in front of it, blocking out the light. The cab looked abandoned while it creamed through the fields. I put down my binoculars and watched it crash into a bigger piece of machinery before it fell over on its side. No sign of the old man anywhere, and soon the tractor had been completely devoured by the pink looming fog. Pickle started whimpering. He was staring out into the valley, equally as focused on this thing as I was. It spooked me. I didn't want to be in the hills if the fog somehow made its way up. So I grabbed Pickle's leash and we ran home. I made sure to close the doors and all the windows, even going as far as taping the vents shut, but the fog never made it to us and eventually burned off with the morning sun. I spent that day calling everyone I knew to see if they'd seen it. Few folks living east of the valley and one friend right in town said that they'd all seen it. My friend in town, her name's Danny, she said that her house had been surrounded by it around 7 that morning, but she didn't go outside to investigate. She did the same thing that I'd done, which was to seal everything off. The folks living east of the valley told me their dog went missing. They think it used its doggy door to go outside. It got lost in the fog. They were asleep during the time that it would have taken place, and therefore they can't know exactly what happened, but they've had that dog for over a decade, and it's never wandered off before. Their backyard's also lined with a wooden 6-foot fence that the dog no doubt could scale over if it tried hard enough. But again, this is not the dog's personality. They blamed the fog for its disappearance. No one knew what to make of it. I too blamed the fog, but my theory as to how it happened would have sounded crazier than theirs. And that's because when I got home after seeing it, I'd closed everything up, and the next thing I did was sit down at the computer and Google pink fog. The first few websites only mentioned it as an atmospheric phenomenon when sunlight hits water droplets. That makes sense enough. but it wasn't what we saw. This fog was something different, and it had nothing to do with light tricks. Then I found a collection of reports from the United States involving a carnivorous pink cloud from 1955 to 1966. Residents of Daytona, Florida were terrorized by a thick, creeping ground fog. It's on record being blamed for 12 deaths within that span. The descriptions I read were more in line with what I'd seen in our valley. I don't know that there's been any reported deaths related to the event I witnessed, but I know that the tractor stayed stagnant on its side for over a month, and those tending to the vineyard now, they're part of some commercial company. Who knows what really happened, but it all makes me pretty uneasy to think about. I was 22 the first time I worked a closing shift at the diner. It was one of those family-owned places off the highway, all neon signs and cracked vinyl booths. A spot where truckers pulled into at 2 in the morning and churchgoers filled on Sunday after service. That night, business died down around 9. By 11, the place was empty except for me, the cook, and the radio humming low. I wiped down the booths, filled the salt shakers, same routine I'd been shown during training. When midnight rolled around, I stepped out back to take the trash to the dumpster. The night air was cool and damp with spring, and the lot was lit by one flickering pole light. I remember stopping halfway across the asphalt because I heard voices. They weren't close, more like carried across the lot from a far corner. A man's voice, low but urgent, then a woman's, sharper, cutting in. I thought maybe it was the cook on the phone, but when I glanced back through the window, he was bent over the grill with his earbuds in. The voices kept going. Something about them felt strange. I couldn't catch words, just the tone. Uneven. I set the trash down and walked a little closer, hugging my arms against the chill. As I did, I saw a couple. They stood by the far edge of the lot, right where the gravel met the tree line. The man was tall, gesturing wildly. The woman had her arms crossed tight, head bowed like she was trying not to cry. Their movements were sharp, jagged, like they were trapped in a loop of the same argument. I felt rude watching, but it was impossible not to. Their voices never got clearer, but the emotions rolled off of them. Rage, despair, desperation. Then something shifted. The man grabbed her shoulders. She shoved him back and he stumbled, regaining his footing. And then he lashed out with an open hand. I expected the slap to crack through the lot, but it didn't. There was no sound, it was just the motion. Silent and sickening, like watching an old movie with the volume cut. The woman crumpled to her knees. The man bent over her, shouting words I still couldn't hear. I wanted to yell and to do something, but I couldn't make my body move. The pole light above me buzzed, and for a split second the bulb flared bright. When it dimmed again, the lot was empty. No man, no woman. Just me, the trash bag, and the hum of the diner's fridge unit bleeding into the night. I stood there shaking for a moment, staring at the spot where they'd been, until the cook banged on the back door and told me to hurry up. The next day I asked one of the older waitresses if anything had ever happened in that lot. She gave me a look that I'll never forget. Half surprised and half recognition. Then she said, "That lot's bad news. Years back, a woman died out there. Her boyfriend snapped. People around here saw her running off, but she never made it home." She told me not to ask more. She said the owners didn't like to talk about it. I bet. I worked at that diner for 2 more years. Every night I closed, I avoided the far corner of the lot. I cut across the grass and hauled trash twice the distance. Anything not to walk past that place. The part that I never admitted or talked about, based on my coworkers' advice, was that sometimes even inside, I could hear faintly a man's voice, a woman's voice. The edges of an argument carried through the walls. I never saw them again, but I wonder, did I see a memory trapped in that place? Reenactment of something violent etched into the asphalt? Or did they see me too, caught in my own loop of time, standing there under a buzzing light with a bag of trash in my hands? I'll never know. I've never actually seen a ghost. No shadow figures, no faces in the mirrors, nothing like that, but I don't think I need to. What happened in that apartment, my apartment, was more than enough to convince me that something was seriously, deeply wrong there. When I first moved in with my ex, we didn't think much of the place. It was older, kind of creaky, but it was cheap and close to work. Win-win, right? Friends and family would come by and immediately they would say that something felt off, that the energy was heavy or weird. And honestly, that might seem rude if we didn't completely agree. We chalked it up to the age of the building, maybe the poor lighting. We found a way to laugh it off. For a while, it was just little things. Lights flickering on and off, stuff falling off of counters. The usual stuff that you can tell yourself is just electrical problems, or maybe you set something down too close to the edge. But then it got worse. Way worse. There was one night that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I was home alone, just getting ready for bed. I had this long scarf, nothing fancy, just one of those knit ones with little tassels at the bottom, and I had it draped over the top of the bathroom door earlier in the day. As I was walking past the door, something caught my eye. The bottom half of the scarf was lifted, suspended at an angle. Not the whole thing, just the bottom half, including the tassels. Held out like someone was pulling it up mid-air and holding it perfectly still. It didn't wave like a draft hit it. It didn't fall right away. It just hung there, tilted, defying gravity for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and then it dropped. I stood there frozen. I didn't even go into the bathroom. I just stared at the door like if I looked long enough I'd see something there. I didn't, but that was kind of the theme with this place. I never saw anything, I just felt it. That night, I couldn't take it. I threw on my shoes and jacket and walked outside the building, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. I made it halfway down the block before I started crying, full panic mode. I called my grandma and begged her to come get me. There was another time, a totally different night, when my friend and I were outside the building smoking a cigarette. We were just hanging out, talking about nothing, when suddenly we heard what sounded like absolute chaos coming from my apartment. I'm talking chairs being dragged or thrown, shelves being knocked over, bangs against the wall, not just creaks or footsteps, thrashing, like someone was inside tearing the place apart. I dropped my cigarette and ran. We sprinted up the stairs to my door, flung it open, and everything was still. Not just still, untouched. Every chair was where it should be. The shelves were fine. Not a single thing was out of place. I even checked the other units in the building, which was kind of pointless because I was the only person living there at the time. Every other unit was locked and unoccupied. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch scary movies anymore. I used to love paranormal stuff, ghost hunting shows, spooky YouTube videos, all of it. But near the end of my time in that apartment, I wouldn't even say the word ghost out loud while I was there. It felt like acknowledging it gave it permission. It wasn't until after I moved out that I watched Paranormal Activity at a friend's house. I didn't even make it halfway through the movie. I had to leave the room. Not because it was scary, but because I felt that feeling. that weight in the chest, that cold, creeping dread that had followed me around that apartment. The noises, the objects moving, the weird electrical surges, the physical scratches I woke up with more than once. It all came back. I haven't experienced anything like that since I left. Not a single weird sound, no flickering lights, no goosebumps in the middle of the night for no reason. Whatever it was, it stayed behind, and I hope to God it stays that way. Growing up, my family always felt watched. Not in the typical paranoid kid in the dark way. I mean, all of us. My dad, my siblings, even myself. We've all seen something. Or someone. A tall, dark figure that would appear at random and always vanish just as quickly. It wasn't until I got older that I started putting the pieces together, especially after something my dad once said. It's always followed your mom. And that stuck with me. Because after my parents divorced, we spent less time with our mom, and none of us saw it again. My mom, though, she never talks about it. She shuts down completely when the subject comes up, tightens her jaw, looks away, changes the subject. My dad's mentioned it only a handful of times, and even then, never in detail. But I remember him telling me once that I used to talk to it when I was little. He'd hear me in my room having full conversations, and when he asked who I was talking to, I'd say, the tall man. Apparently, that was a regular occurrence. My brother had his own issues with it too. When we lived in an apartment years ago, he refused to use the bathroom at night, said he saw something standing in the corner more than once. At first, my parents thought that he was just scared of the dark, but it got to the point where he'd hold it until the morning. I remember hearing him cry once because he was too scared to go in, even with the lights on. For me, the worst moment came during what I now know as sleep paralysis. I was maybe 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stuck there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And there it was, not standing in the corner, but pressed against the ceiling, like it was defying gravity. Its back was flat to the surface, limbs fully spread out. Its head was looking down towards me, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Just the sight of it up there, watching. It was enough to burn the memory into my brain like a brand. I didn't sleep in that room again for weeks. Years later, after the divorce, I went a long time without anything strange happening. That weird pressure in the air, the feeling that something was in the room just behind you, it was gone. I figured maybe it had moved on. Maybe it had always been tied to that house or that apartment or whatever. But then it happened again. Not long ago, I was visiting my mom at my aunt's house. While walking through the house, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There's a set of stairs off the side of the living room, and I saw something, tall and dark, walk halfway up, then stop, then turn and walk back down. The view was partially blocked by the railing, so I didn't get a clear look, but it was there. I know it was. Later that same day, my aunt mentioned that she'd seen a shadow behind her, on that same staircase, the same time of day. She said it like she was trying to laugh it off, but the look in her eyes was uneasy, like it had rattled her more than she was letting on. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if it's following me, or if it ever truly left. But I can't shake the feeling that it's tied to something bigger, something connected to my mom, maybe even something older than any of us realize. She won't talk about it. My dad barely does. And as for me, I try not to think about it without much success. And even all these years later, I'll still check the ceiling sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, just in case. I used to take the same bus home from work every night. It was late, usually after 10 p.m., and the ride was never too crowded. It wasn't the best part of town, but I'd gotten used to it. Headphones in, eyes on my phone, just counting the minutes until I'd be home. I wish I could say that the night felt different, that I somehow knew something bad was going to happen, but I didn't. The driver barely glanced at me as I swiped my card, as usual, and the few other passengers there sat in silence, staring straight ahead like they were afraid to make eye contact with anyone. This was pretty standard. I found a seat in the middle, close enough to the back door for a quick exit if I needed one, but not too far away from the driver either. I always did that, just a little safety measure that I'd picked up after living in the city for a while. The bus rumbled along and I was scrolling through my phone, trying to tune out the hum of the city outside. And that's when I noticed a man a few rows ahead of me. He was pacing, his eyes darting around nervously. His hands twitched at his sides, and every now and then he muttered something under his breath. And there was a woman sitting across the aisle from him. Her eyes were fixated on the floor, gripping her purse tightly. She kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself, but couldn't help watching him. I took out one of my earbuds to get a better sense of what was happening. The man's muttering was getting louder, more agitated. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something about his tone that put me on edge. Suddenly, he stopped pacing and turned to the woman. "You think I don't know what you did?" His voice was sharp and filled with accusation. The woman stiffened, her knuckles white as she clutched her purse. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said quietly, her voice trembling. The man took a step closer to her, his body tense. "You've been following me," he hissed. "I've seen you. You've been watching me for days." The whole bus seemed to hold its breath. No one moved, no one said anything. The driver kept his eyes on the road, either oblivious or too scared to intervene. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Something wasn't right. The woman looked terrified, but the man wasn't listening. He kept accusing her of things, of spying on him, of working for someone else. His words didn't make sense, but the fear in his voice was real. Then, in one quick, fluid motion, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. The entire bus jolted with collective shock, but no one did anything. My body froze. I wanted to shout, to scream, but the words got stuck in my throat. The woman gasped, backing up against the window, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she whispered. "I don't know you. I haven't done anything." The man's hand shook as he pointed the blade at her. "Liar," he spat. "You're trying to ruin me. You think I don't know." I knew I had to do something. My mind raced, searching for options, but I was stuck in my seat, paralyzed with fear. The other passengers were just as frozen, all of us too scared to act. Just as I was about to force myself to stand up, someone else made the first move. A guy sitting near the front, a big guy, maybe mid-30s. He stood up and stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Hey man, let's all just calm down," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "No one's trying to hurt you. Put the knife away." The man with the knife spun around, eyes wild. "Stay out of this," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then everything happened at once. This woman made a sudden move, trying to dash past him towards the front of the bus. In an instant, the man lunged at her. Slashing wildly with the knife, she screamed, stumbling backwards, clutching her arm where he had cut her. Blood soaked through her sleeve. The big guy charged forward, trying to grab the man, but it was too late. In the chaos, the man turned and swung the knife again. This time, the blade was caught in the guy's stomach. I watched as he crumbled to the floor. Panic erupted on the bus, people screaming, rushing for the exits. The driver slammed on the brakes, the bus screeching to a halt in the middle of the street. I pushed my way to the back door, stumbling onto the pavement, gasping for air. Behind me, I could still hear the woman sobbing, the big guy groaning in pain. The man with the knife was shouting incoherently, his voice drowned out by the chaos around us. I ran. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, my hands shaking, my mind reeling. It wasn't until I reached safety, the safety of my apartment, that I realized I was covered in someone's blood. After following up with the police, they told me that the big guy had survived, but just barely. The woman had been stabbed too, though she'd escaped with only minor injuries. They arrested the man with the knife at the scene, but no one ever figured out what had set him off. I'm going to assume mental illness. He had no motive, no real reason for attacking that woman. It could have just as easily been me or anyone else there. It was horrifying for everyone. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field. In the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed, hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. she turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside, by the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. "Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild." I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit. And even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything. Things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next. Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either. But I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. I'm not sure if this fits here, but it's been eating at me. I'm not claiming monsters. I'm just telling you what I saw and heard, and if there's some boring explanation, I'll honestly sleep better. This was in the hills where my mom's side is from. There's a back road that nobody takes unless you live out there, and there's a tight S-curve around a drop that locals call Devil's Bend. The guardrails beat to hell from folks learning the hard way in winter. My cousin Levi and I took his dad's old tent up there because we were 17 and freedom is cheap if you don't mind ticks. We set up at a pull-off just past the bend so we weren't camping right on the road like idiots. Fire, hot dogs, the usual. We saw 2 deer cross at dusk and a truck rumble by at like 10 p.m. That was the last car. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a noise that went straight through me. Not a coyote yip. This was high and long and tube-shaped, like somebody trying to scream, but their mouth was too big for the sound. Levi sat straight up and looked at me. "You hearing that?" We both stopped breathing, and it came again from up the road, around the bend. It bounced off the trees and came back wrong and distorted. For whatever reason, we went to go look. No guns, just one flashlight that was older than me. I held it and Levi had a hatchet because it made him feel braver. We stuck to the edge of the asphalt and eased toward the curve. The woods were all wet leaves, black trunks. It was foggy. It stayed at ankle height, though. When we made the bend, the beam hit the guardrail and caught eye shine. Red, quick. Something was crouched on the top rail, hands on the post like a wrestler waiting to jump. I say hands because that's what they looked like in the splash of light. Long fingers, monkeyish, not paws. It didn't have hair that I could see, but the arms were long, knees bent the wrong way, or a lot deeper than mine ever could bend. The mouth looked way too wide, like it had been cut bigger than it should be. I know that sounds like I'm trying to be creepy, but I'm telling you that it made my brain slide around because the proportions were off. It turned its head sharp to face us, and I swear that mouth, it stretched more. I don't know. The shine wasn't eye shine like a deer either. It was like the wet inside caught the light. Levi whispered to me, "Dude." And that broke whatever spell I was under. I hit it with the light dead on. It dropped. Just folded off the rail with this jointy spider move and slipped down the embankment on all fours, quiet as a cat. We heard leaves, maybe a couple stones, and then it was really silent. The screams didn't come back. We didn't chase it because we're not total idiots. We went back to camp, stuffed the tent in the trunk like we were being timed, and then we sat in the car until dawn with the doors locked, which is hilarious because rolled-up windows do not stop monsters. We left when the sun got gray in the trees. In daylight, we went back. Yeah, dumb again. On the guardrail, there were these marks on the aluminum where it had been perched. It wasn't like a cat scratch. 5 divots together, like fingers had been pressed and slid a little. I put my own hand there, and the spacing was off. Too long between the index and the middle, if it was a person's hand. Maybe somebody messed with it, sure. But you could feel the ridges. We told Levi's dad, and he said that it was probably a bobcat making mating sounds, and we scared it off. It jumped. Maybe. I've heard bobcats. This was too aimed, like it was warding off, not like it just wanted to be heard. I don't drive Devil's Bend at night anymore. You can roast me for being a coward, that's fine. If it was a normal animal, it was wearing a face that didn't fit right. If it wasn't, then I don't want to meet it when it's not crouching. If anyone's got a non-nightmare explanation for long-armed thing with too wide of a mouth sitting on a guardrail screaming at 3 a.m., I'm really open to it. When I was 16, my parents got obsessed with the idea of living a healthier lifestyle. They started with gym memberships, but that got expensive and impractical. Instead, they started jogging twice a day, and that eventually led to hiking, which turned into a camping interest. Nowadays, most people do research on YouTube before diving into new interest, but my parents have always been learn-on-the-job people. Our first outing was to a campsite 20 minutes from our house. They had vending machines, outhouses, and fire starter logs all over the place. And I get it. There's a bunch of camping styles out there. But doing well at a site like this does not mean you're ready to buy an RV and drive into the middle of the woods. They had no clue how to service an RV, but let's start with the camping supplies. We had drinking water, but no food because we were going to live off the land. They bought candle lanterns to be more authentic. Well, guess what? You can't see shit with a friggin' candle. Worthless. Heaven forbid we have real flashlights. We had fishing poles, but no bait because nothing beats a fresh worm. As far as actually getting there, even my mom was appalled by the poor planning. Though I'm not sure why she trusted Dad with it in the first place. He didn't actually pick a place or route. He just found a wooded area with a body of water on the map and drove to it. We drove around for a bit until we saw an ATV trail and went on it. A few miles deep, we got a flat tire. Dad put on a spare, the single spare, and we continued forward. About 5 minutes later, we got another flat. Dad said that we could make it on a donut, and off we went. Eventually, we ran out of trail, so you'd think that we'd circle back or camp on that spot, but no, my parents thought that we could squeeze in like it was a goddamn parking lot. We made it an extra 50 feet and lost a side mirror before they admitted defeat. The spot that we had to stop on was covered in roots. The back of the RV was noticeably higher than the front. It felt like walking around on one of those fun houses without the mirrors. There was no pond in sight, but it was supposedly a short hike ahead, which it was pretty generous to call it a pond, but it was there all right. Dad wanted to get some worms and fish for dinner, while Mom got a fire ready. Unfortunately, the ground was covered in so many roots and overgrowth that it was nearly impossible to dig. I didn't try too hard because I already knew that there was no fish in that oversized puddle, but there's no arguing with my dad when he's sure about something. After a half hour, he'd come up with 2 of the most pitiful worms I'd ever seen, and we got our lines in the water. That also took a few tries, because casting too hard put the hook on the opposite bank. Needless to say, we didn't catch anything. We went back to the RV when it started getting dark. Mom didn't have much more luck than we did. She had a pile of sticks that were too green to burn, and our sleeping bags were laid out over a maze of lumpy roots. We were all disappointed, but they said that it was part of the challenge. I don't think I've described the RV much, but it wasn't one of those nice ones that you see people glam camping or whatever it's called. No, this was already a rundown piece of shit, even for the 90s. But I figured, hey, a lumpy twin mattress is better than the ground. It wasn't. As soon as I stepped inside, I was hit with the foulest smell. I ran back outside gagging. Turns out that my mom had taken a massive dump while we were fishing, and the toilet was backed up to the point of overflowing. Guess who had no idea you were supposed to empty the septic tanks on those things? That's right, my parents. It was fully dark by this time. This is when we learned just how bad the lanterns were. But my dad decided to check things out anyway. He opened a panel in the RV and started unscrewing things like he knew what he was doing. Next thing you know, a geyser of toxic sludge spews forth, covering my dad's legs and splashing all over me. I mean, just to make sure you understand exactly how disgusting it was, keep in mind that this wasn't just our waste. My dad didn't know how RVs work, so it wasn't emptied before we bought it. This was other people's shit all over us, and it's not like we could shower. That would be far too simple. Nope. We hiked back into the pond, fell a lot, and left our soiled clothes behind. We stumbled our way back to camp, but there was no escaping that smell. Finally, we decided to drag our sleeping bags up to the actual trail, the one that we drove off. I really can't stress how hard it was to navigate a strange forest with those damn lanterns, but at least the ground and air was better once we got up there. I was miserable and starving, so I didn't think I was going to be able to sleep, but I passed out pretty quick, until a group of drunk rednecks woke us up. Sometime after midnight, the roar of four-wheelers and laughter rudely ripped us from our uneasy slumbers. Their lights were on us before we could even sit up, so there was no hiding. There were 4 of them, and they surrounded us. They were aggressive, but also laughing, so I couldn't tell if they were actually dangerous or just messing with us. But it was both. They said that we were trespassing, asked us a bunch of questions like who we were, how we got there. My dad tried to speak with them, but I could tell that he was afraid, and that made me afraid. Two of the guys were standing on either side of him while the other two positioned themselves behind me and my mom. They kept touching our hair and shoulders, giggling like schoolyard bullies. My dad tried to move closer to us, but the two by him kept blocking his way. When my dad explained about our RV problem, one of the guys took a flashlight into the woods to check it out. While he was gone, the others made jokes about paying rent. Said my mom and I could pay him if my dad didn't have any cash. At 16, I understood what that meant just fine. And that's when the real terror set in. At the time, I expected my dad to do something, but he was one small man against 4 huge guys. At least one of them had a gun on their waist, so there was really nothing that my dad could do besides try to talk our way out of it. When the guy came back from the RV, my backpack was slung over his shoulder, and it looked pretty full. He stole a bunch of our stuff, but none of us were dumb enough to complain. He told his buddies that we were really stuck there, and everyone started laughing again. They told us to get on their 4-wheelers, and they'd take us to their house to use a phone, but obviously we didn't want to go anywhere with them. When we refused, they stopped laughing and tried to make us. They grabbed us. We started screaming, and there was the briefest struggle before we heard more 4-wheelers coming our way. I thought things were going to get a lot worse, but the guys stopped laughing and let us go really fast, like kids dropping the cookies they were trying to steal. Suddenly, they were the nicest good old boys you'd ever met. A few minutes later, 2 older gentlemen appeared, and the whole atmosphere changed. They sent the other guys back to call us a tow and waited with us until it got there. By the time the sun came up, we had new tires, the RV was back on the road, and we drove straight the hell home. My parents sold the RV a few days later and found new hobbies. We never tried to go camping again. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first, although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and head into the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. True story. Virginia Beach, my girlfriend and I decided to soak up the last bit of nature before we hit the road. As the light faded and the sun was setting, we realized we'd stayed too long. The park's gates were about to close. We didn't want to get locked in. The place was dead quiet. No other cars, no other people. We jumped in the car and started heading for the exit. And that's when we saw her, a young girl sitting on a cement block by the side of the road. She was wearing an old-fashioned, long dress, the kind you'd see in history books. In her hands, she held a large red ball, perfectly still. She was pale, thin, long brown hair. She didn't even glance at us as we drove by, just stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something. It's hard to explain, but it felt wrong. Who was she waiting for? Why wasn't she in a hurry to leave the park? We kept going, trying to shake the weirdness of it, but things somehow got worse. Ahead of us, a man stood in the middle of the road, blocking our path. He looked just as out of place as the girl, dressed in suspenders over a dirty white shirt, black pants caked with mud. He waved his arms, motioning for us to stop, but something about him was off. As we got closer, we could see his face. His eyes were wild. His mouth was twisted with anger. He didn't look like someone who needed help. He looked like someone who we needed to get away from. "Don't stop," my girlfriend whispered. I didn't. I swerved to the side, and the man lunged towards the car. His fingers slapped against the window as we sped past. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, my stomach dropped. He was running after us full sprint, his arms pumping, like he'd been waiting all night for a chase. We hit the gas. The tires were screeching as we made it to the gate. I remember I glanced back one last time, and there was nobody there. We never went back. We never figured out who or what they were. I once worked as a housing inspector. A new client had purchased a house, and I was tasked with going and inspecting it. From the information on hand, the house was very old, built in 1908, was quite derelict, and in the middle of the woods. I was in no hurry to inspect the house, so I scheduled it for my last stop of the day. I did my jobs as per usual, and then I made my way to the house. I parked my car on the road, and as I walked up the long path, nothing jumped out at me. It was a rundown 3-story house. For me, it was just your run-of-the-mill wreck. I guess the buyers had walked through and seen some potential in the home, but I could see none. It was getting to be dusk, and as I didn't have the key to the front door, I made my way to the rear of the property to access the back door. As I came around the back of the house, I noticed that the back door itself opened up into a large kitchen. The sun began to set behind me, and I could feel a drastic change in air temperature. It was late summer, and I assumed that this was the reason for the drop in temperature. I turned to look at the sunset, noting that the cloud cover gave the sky a nice crimson hue. I turned back towards the door, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the kitchen was a door that led into a hallway, which in turn led to the front door. The front door had colored glass, but what was standing in the darkness of the hallway, to this day, still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was a silhouette of a man. Judging from the build, I could tell it was a man. There were no distinguishable features to see, just a black silhouette. What happened next froze me to the spot. Where his face was, 2 eyes opened, and they were the color red, unblinking and unmoving. Those eyes glowed red, and I could tell that they were looking right at me. At first, I couldn't look away. Those red orbs seemed to stare straight into my soul, and I found myself transfixed, staring back. Every fiber in me told me that I should run, but I could not move. I stared unblinking at the red eyes, and they in turn stared unblinking back at me. My eyes began to water, and I blinked to clear them, but as I opened my eyes again, the silhouette was gone. I freaked. I quickly ran around the house, jumped in my car, and sped home. What would normally take me 25 minutes to drive home only took me 10, as I couldn't get away fast enough. In my report, I wrote that the house and some structural issues couldn't be remedied, and the house was eventually torn down. In its place is a new housing unit with 6 3-bedroom homes. I've heard stories from tradesmen who have been on site at night, and they've all said that they felt a cold chill every time they went there. I did look up the history of the property, but nothing unusual jumped out at me. Up to that point in my life, I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal. Even now, I'm skeptical of most things, but I know what I saw was pure evil, and I've never had an encounter like it since. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s, and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom. Number 1. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the 2 friends were waking up, and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night, and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. I just feel like I need to get this out there because I'm genuinely losing sleep, and my friends just look at me like I've finally cracked. I'm a pretty grounded person, never believed in ghosts, hauntings, or any of it. But what's happening in my new apartment, it's just impossible to explain away. I moved into this place about 3 months ago. It's a charming pre-war building in a great neighborhood. My first time living alone. I was ecstatic. Everything was perfect. High ceilings, big windows, and a rent that feels like a steal. The only quirk was the old-fashioned heating system with its clunky metal vents, particularly a large rectangular one in the wall of my bedroom, directly across from my bed. At first it was subtle. I'd be drifting off to sleep. I'd hear faint noises, a sniffle, maybe a whispered sigh. I live in an apartment building, right? So thin walls are to be expected. It had to be a neighbor. I shrugged it off. And then it got a little more distinct. Sometimes it sounded like a soft, melancholic hum. Other times, a brief, muffled argument. Never clear words, just the impression of voices, always from the bedroom vent. I figured it was just the building's old pipes, or sound traveling oddly through the ventilation system. I even bought a white noise machine, which helped for a little while. But the sounds started to change. They stopped sounding like generic neighborly noise. They sounded closer, more personal. One night I was reading in bed, and I heard what sounded like a woman softly weeping. It was so distinct, so filled with sorrow that I actually got up and checked my door to make sure it was locked. I checked the peephole to see if anyone was out there, put my ear on the wall. Nothing. But when I got back into bed, the weeping resumed, directly from the vent. It was so intense, I felt a lump in my own throat. I started trying to rationalize it even harder. Maybe this is the wind, or I'm just stressed. I even went so far as to search for ghost stories about my building online, but I found nothing. Just historic architecture reviews and tenant guides. Then came the night I decided I was genuinely terrified. I was lying in bed, trying to ignore the intermittent sounds of what now seemed like children's hushed giggles from the vent. It was unsettling, but I was determined to push through it. My eyes were closed. My heart was thumping a bit, but I was almost there, almost asleep. Then, clear as day, a voice whispered, right next to me. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't indistinct. It was a woman's voice, soft but utterly desperate, and it said, "Stop, please." It didn't sound like it came through the vent. It was right next to my ear. Absolutely. And with clarity. It was like someone was physically breathing those words. My eyes snapped open. I sat upright, my heart hammering, palms sweaty. The room was freezing, despite it being a mild night and the heating being off for that reason. I sat there, I don't know for how long, an eternity, straining to hear if it would happen again. Nothing. Just the oppressive silence of my apartment, punctuated by the frantic beat of my own heart. I didn't sleep in my bedroom that night. I bundled myself up on the sofa in the living room, lights on, watching bad infomercials. In fact, I've been sleeping on the sofa ever since. I've taped up the vent, hoping that it'll block out any sounds, but I can still hear things sometimes. Faint scratching, whispering that sounds like real words, just barely perceptible through the layers of tape. I don't really know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease, but I also can't go back into that room. My safe, cozy, first ever alone apartment feels like it's listening to me, and not in a good way. I feel like whatever's in that vent is getting restless, trying to communicate more. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? What do I do? I'll start by saying that Black Friday at a fulfillment center isn't a job, it's a waking nightmare. 16 hours of scanning, lifting, and the constant hum of the conveyors. You're running on 3 hours of sleep and lukewarm coffee and pure capitalist adrenaline. Everyone's irritable. Everyone smells. And you're just trying not to get crushed by a pallet of discounted air fryers. This happened a few years ago when I was working in just that environment. Around 3 a.m., the absolute dead part of the shift when the online rush dips before the morning's second wave hits. I was picking in the furthest, darkest aisle, aisle 47. The one with the specialized heavy items nobody wanted to deal with. It was just me and the drone of the HVAC. I bent over to scan a box of industrial shelving units. I was alone. I hadn't seen another human being down the aisle for at least 20 minutes. The floor supervisor was way up front, dealing with the truck. I straightened up, and I felt something. A light, distinct cold pressure on my right shoulder. Not a bump. A very clear, firm hand. It hadn't scared me, more annoyed me. Instinctively, I turned my head to see which moron didn't know the 4-foot personal bubble rule. I figured it was Brenda from quality control, trying to give me a playful shove. But there was no one there. The aisle stretched out perfectly empty, lit only by the fluorescent tubes overhead. It was suddenly spooky. I blinked, shook my head. Exhaustion, I thought. My brain is short-circuiting, of course. I went back to my work, trying to ignore the lingering chill on my shirt. But it couldn't have been more than 10 seconds later. I felt something else. A breath. Right near my left ear. A sighing, soft exhalation of air. It felt like it had been filtered through a freezer. Then another sound. The softest, most chilling whisper I've ever heard. Right into my ear. It didn't sound like a man or a woman. Just a dry, paper-thin rustle of a voice. Look. I jumped a foot in the air, spinning around, dropping my scanning gun. I looked left, right, up, toward the high shelving. No one. I was a good 100 yards from the next occupied aisle. My heart was doing a drum solo in my chest. I snatched up the scanner and sprinted, not walked, but sprinted to the main depot. The supervisor, Frank, is a massive guy who looked like he hadn't slept since 2008. He took one look at my face and sighed. What is it, Greg? Spill on the floor? No, Frank, Someone touched me in aisle 47, whispered in my ear. But there's no one there. Look, man, I don't know what's going on with aisle 47, but I'm gonna need you to go back. But there's something there. I didn't have to walk out of my shift that day, because Frank must have just seen that I wasn't ready to go back, so I left. But I also never did go back. Why? Because I learned about Sherry. Sherry had died on the job, aisle 47, 3 years ago. It took them 2 days to find her tucked between the pallet racks, right near the end cap. Management hushed it up, obviously. Said it was a heart attack and didn't even mention it to me. The whole thing just left a bad taste in my mouth. I couldn't go back to that place. I don't even know where to post this, and I wasn't going to, but I saw someone else mention a winged figure, and I guess I'm not the only one who's seen something like this. This was late November 2009. I was driving from Columbus to a friend's cabin near Wayne National Forest in Ohio. It's not the most exciting stretch of road, just trees and hills and the occasional deer if you're lucky. But that night, I didn't see any animals. Not even roadkill. It felt oddly empty. About 20 minutes out from the cabin, I hit a patch of fog, dense, cold, and sudden, like it rolled in just for me. I slowed way down, probably doing 20 tops, when I saw something on the road up ahead. At first I thought it was a person, tall, standing dead in the center of my lane, but as I got closer, the headlights hit it, and I realized it wasn't standing. It was hovering, maybe a foot off the ground. Its body was black, not like a color, more like the absence of one, almost like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. Wings, huge wings, folded in tight behind, and its eyes, they were glowing red, not glowing like headlights, but like embers, dull but steady. I slammed the brakes and skidded to a stop maybe 20 feet from it. It didn't move, didn't flinch, just stared. I couldn't see a face, just those two red eyes floating in that black silhouette. Then it opened its wings, a massive wingspan. Had to have been more than 10 feet across. Leathery. It flapped once and was gone, just shot straight up into the sky, like a missile. Not a single sound. The fog cleared 5 seconds later, like nothing had ever happened. I made it to the cabin and didn't sleep that night. My friend joked that it was the Mothman when I told her, and I laughed it off. But I never went back that way again. Every time something bad happens, accidents, deaths, whatever, I remember those eyes. For some reason, I don't think it was trying to hurt me. Maybe warn me. When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water. I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning but I imagine those will take some time. A friend of mine lived in this really old building, a real relic, built sometime in the early 1800s in a tiny Texas town that looked like it hadn't changed much since. His apartment was upstairs with businesses below. The whole place had originally been some kind of small factory, but over the years it had been chopped up, repurposed into modern living spaces. Of course, modern is a stretch. There were plenty of reminders that this place wasn't originally meant to be lived in. The weirdest one, the small door in the closet that led to, well, nothing really. Just an odd, empty space between the walls, like a forgotten gap in the architecture. It didn't seem to serve a purpose, except for occasionally blowing itself open with an icy draft, which he chalked up to bad remodeling. And that's the same reasoning he used for the noises that he'd sometimes hear from behind it. Soft rustling, quiet thuds. The kind of thing you hear and convince yourself that it's just the building settling, even when it doesn't quite sound like that. And then there were the windows. They'd be open, randomly, not just the ones that he and his girlfriend had opened, but others, ones that neither of them had touched. He'd come home and find them open, close them, and then later they'd be open again. At first he figured that the latches were old and loose, maybe weak enough to give way over time. It was weird, sure, but not enough to lose sleep over. That changed the day that he stayed home from work. He was in the kitchen when he heard it. Click. The unmistakable sound of a window latch popping open. Then another. Then another. One after the other, moving in a line across the apartment, as if someone was walking through the living room, unlatching them, one by one. And then, all at once, they swung open. Every single one. He grabbed his keys and left. No hesitation. Spent the rest of the day somewhere, anywhere else. When he came back that weekend, he tried to find some kind of logical explanation, checking the latches, looking for drafts, anything that could have caused it. Everything seemed normal. For a while, nothing weird happened again. Then, a month later, his girlfriend stayed home alone. She called him, freaking out, saying that it had just happened to her. The windows, one after the other, and then all of them at once. At that point, they both just accepted it. The windows were weird. The building was weird. Maybe the whole town was weird. Whatever, it wasn't dangerous, right? And then they got the dog. It was a puppy, stupidly happy, always running around, chewing on stuff it wasn't supposed to, doing all the things puppies do. But there were moments, specific moments, when all of that stopped. Whenever the closet door blew open or the windows unlatched, the puppy would freeze. It would stop playing, stop wagging its tail, just go completely still. And then it would watch something. Its eyes would lock onto a point in the room where, as far as they could tell, there was nothing. And then, without breaking focus, its gaze would slowly track across the space, like it was following someone moving through the apartment. They never saw anything, never heard anything, but the dog did. And after the third or fourth time it happened, they decided they weren't going to wait around to figure out what it was that was watching. They moved out. No second thoughts, no regrets, just gone. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem. and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? This particular incident happened about 4 years ago. And while it wasn't the first time that something paranormal had happened in our home, it was by far the scariest. One night, sometime late, our son was about 2.5 at the time, and he crawled into our bed. Not totally unusual for him, and he fell asleep rather quickly. I couldn't fall back asleep, though. So after a while of tossing and turning, I decided to go work on a craft project in my office. It's a small room off the hallway, maybe 10 feet from the bedroom. I was in there for about 45 minutes, just zoning out and cutting fabric, when I noticed something weird. The small monitor on our nanny cam started moving rapidly, almost flickering. These weren't motion-censored cams. They're just a continuous feed, one in the living room and one in our son's bedroom. The screen kept blinking on and off like it was trying to reset itself. I walked over, picked it up, and as soon as I did, it let out this piercing screech, like microphone feedback cranked to full blast. It startled me so badly I dropped the monitor face down on the floor. The glowing edges stopped flickering immediately. It just went still. I picked it up again and I looked at the screen, but what I saw made my stomach do flips. My son was standing, stone still, in the center of the living room, facing the wall, just staring. He wasn't moving. I could see him perfectly, like he was being posed there. I grabbed the monitor and left the craft room, thinking maybe he'd gotten up without us hearing, wandered out of bed. I walked quickly through the kitchen and the dining room, rounded the corner into the living room. It was empty. The entire room was still. The monitor was clutched in my hand. I looked down at it again, confused. But the screen had changed. Now the other monitor was no longer stationary. It showed him looking directly at the camera, holding it. The child staring back was not my son. No emotion, no recognition, just this cold, empty stare. Different even from someone sleepwalking, which I've seen. I rushed into the bedroom, maybe a little panicked at this point. There he was, sound asleep. Exactly where I'd left him. My husband, now somehow awake as well, looked up, asked if I was okay. I asked him if he'd gotten up to use the bathroom or gone into the kitchen, thinking maybe our son had followed him. He shook his head, said he hadn't moved, and our son, he hasn't even rolled over, he said. He's been doing those little snore things this whole time. I didn't know what to say. I went into my son's room, and there was the other monitor, sitting exactly where it should be. I looked down at the one in my hand, and it showed exactly what it should show. We've had what I'll refer to as brief doppelganger sightings in this house before. Quick glimpses, like seeing yourself walk past a hallway mirror when you're nowhere near it. Always just fast enough that you could talk yourself out of it. But this was different. It wasn't just a glimpse, it was a moment. A long one. And the face, my son's face, but not his face. The expression, it just gives me chills thinking about it. Whatever it was, it definitely wanted to be seen. About 6 years ago, I was house sitting for my sister while she and her husband were on a cruise. They live in a 2-story just outside of town. Nothing spooky about it. Bright, clean, smells like cinnamon and lemon cleaner. Kind of makes you feel a little bit guilty about your own messy living room type of place. The first night was fine. I fed the dog, watched TV, went to bed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the dog whining at the base of the stairs. Not barking, just whining. I called him over, but he just stood there, staring up at the second floor, like he was waiting for someone. I figured maybe he heard something outside. I grabbed a flashlight and went up to check, mostly to calm him down so that I could get back to sleep. Every door upstairs was closed, just like I'd left them, except one. The door to the master bedroom was open about 2 inches, which I knew for a fact I had shut earlier, because I remember thinking it felt weird to be in someone else's bedroom, even if it was family. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was freezing cold, genuinely colder than the rest of the house. No windows were open, no vents, just heavy, cold. I stood in the doorway for a minute, expecting to see something, but it was empty. Everything was in place. Lights off, bed untouched. I went to close the door again and realized the lock was turned. Not the knob lock. The little hook and eye latch my brother-in-law had installed way up high to keep the door open during the day when they wanted airflow. I know for a fact I latched it earlier, and now it was hanging loose. I shut the door and locked it again. I went back downstairs. The dog was still sitting at the bottom of the stairs, ears up, watching me like he was waiting for a report. I mumbled something like all clear and tried to laugh it off. The next morning, I told myself it must have been air pressure, or I forgot the latch, or the dog bumped it or something, even though I really didn't believe that was true. And the feeling of walking into the cold, still room, it stayed with me. What really gets me, though, the following night, the same time, same whine, I found the door cracked open again. And this time, I'm certain of my routine. I stopped locking it after that. Whatever was up there, I figured, it didn't like being locked in. I've been commuting by train for years. Same line, same stops, same seat if I can get it. It's predictable, which I like. I usually catch the last train home from work, leaves the station at 12:22 a.m., arrives near my apartment just before 1. On this particular night, I was one of only 4 people in the car. A couple sitting near the doors, both asleep. An older man across from me reading a folded-up newspaper. The train was dead quiet. No chatter, no music, just the hum of the tracks. Then the PA cracked on. But it wasn't the usual conductor voice. No stop announcements. Just this low whisper. So faint I couldn't understand it at first. I thought maybe it was interference. Then it said clearly, "This is not your train." I looked around. Nobody else reacted. The couple kept sleeping. The man kept reading. It was like I hadn't heard it out loud, but inside my head. A few seconds later, it came on again. "Get off at the next stop." I pulled out my phone to check where we were, but the map wouldn't load. The battery was fine, but no signal. The lights in the car flickered, just once. I stood up, walked toward the doors. The man with the newspaper didn't look up at me. The train slowed down. The stop wasn't familiar. No signs, no benches, just a platform. And fog. It was thick. It reminded me of a dream. I stepped off. It was the last stop after all. But nobody else did. The doors closed behind me, and the train pulled away. No one else got off. Just as I was about to have a panic, everything around me changed. I was exactly where I was supposed to be, but I have no idea what happened. My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. She's never been the type to scare easily. She shrugs it off, calls it her ghost, like it's some stray cat that won't leave her alone. But I lived with her for 3 months once. And let me tell you, there was something in that house, and it did not like me being there. Weird things happened constantly. I'd go to bed knowing that every door was locked, every light switch off. But in the morning, the back door would be wide open, lights buzzing, the kettle hissing with steam, like someone had just boiled water, but never poured it. One night, we were getting ready to go out, and I borrowed her liquid foundation, used it, and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking for it, and it's just gone. She accused me of taking it. wouldn't hear a word of my protests and made me buy her a new one. A year later, when she was packing to move, she found it, tucked inside a shoebox, with some old letters. The shoebox was zipped up in a suitcase, shoved deep under her bed. And that freaked me out. But the worst, the moment that really got me, it was the only time that I was completely alone in the house. That almost never happened. There was always at least 4 people around. I'd just gotten home from work, headed straight to the bathroom, locked the door. The house was silent, every window shut, every door latched. I was standing there, leaning into the mirror, fingers pressing into my chin to pop a pimple when, "Stop picking your zits." A woman's voice, clear, amused, right outside the bathroom door. I froze, and my heart stuttered in my chest, but my brain did the dumb thing and assumed it was my sister. I laughed, told her to fuck off, asked what she wanted for dinner. Silence. I stepped into the hall. No one there. The air felt thick, charged, kind of like the moment before a thunderstorm. I checked every room. I checked under the beds, in closets, even behind the goddamn shower curtain. I was alone. I grabbed my keys and sat on the front porch until someone else came home. Threads like this make me wish my sister was on Reddit, because God, she has some seriously fucked up stories. I've never been much for ghost stories. Not that I think people are lying. I just never paid much attention when I was younger and such. I liked taking things apart and putting them back together, not sitting around telling ghost stories. Even now, I wouldn't call myself a believer, but I'll give you this. Something happened to me once, and to this day, I don't know how to explain it. I was a teenager, maybe 16 or 17, and I'd come home late one night. Nothing wild. I wasn't that kind of kid. I was sober, sharp, clear-headed. But the house was empty. Parents were out, sister gone. Just me walking down that long hallway to my bedroom at the end of it. I went to push the door open, only I must not have turned the knob all the way. Instead of walking into my room, I smacked right into the door. Chest, really. Nearly knocked the wind out of myself. Not my proudest moment. I cursed under my breath and grabbed the knob and swung the door open. There was a figure, big, dark, standing right there in my room, filling the space in front of me. For a split second, my brain tried to make it into a person, an intruder maybe, somebody who'd gotten into the house. Fight or flight kicked in hard, and for whatever reason, I chose fight. I threw 2 punches straight at its chest, and both times, my fist went clean through it, like punching into smoke. No resistance or weight. That broke me out of my zone. I stumbled back, scrambled for the light switch, but all I managed to do was turn on the ceiling fan. So there I was, yelling into the room, trying to sound tougher than I felt, while the fan rattled overhead. I stormed in, grabbed the pole chain, yanked until the light flicked on. Room lit up bright as day, and it was empty. I checked everywhere. Closet, under the bed, behind the dresser. I even looked in the other rooms of the house. Nobody. Now the easy explanation is that I imagined it. Maybe running into the door startled me so much that my brain conjured something out of the shadows. Maybe. But I'll tell you this. I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't drunk or high. And I wasn't the kind of kid that spooked myself over nothing. I was familiar with all the natural shadows in my house. I know what I saw. I know what I felt when I swung those punches and hit nothing. It was coldness, not just normal air. Do I believe in ghosts? Not really. Not the way some people do. But I also don't laugh off the stories. As technically, I've got one of my own, and it still gives me pause when I think about it. was 14, my parents rented a house on the edge of a small town. The backyard backed up right against a set of railroad tracks that were technically retired, though trains still passed through once or twice a week. It wasn't dangerous, just loud, and eventually I stopped noticing. One evening in early fall, I was out back shooting hoops on the cracked driveway. The air was cool and the cicadas were fading out. I remember how the sky looked bruised, and then I heard shouting. It was a man's voice first and then a woman's, not angry shouting, panicked, desperate. I froze with my ball in my hands, trying to place where it was coming from. The tracks. I walked closer to the fence, and that's where I saw them. 2 figures on the gravel by the crossing, just beyond our yard. A man was waving his arms, yelling at someone further down on the tracks. A woman stood back, holding her hands to her mouth. The man's voice carried sharp. He was terrified. "Move! Get off the tracks!" I couldn't see who he was yelling at, not at first. And then I noticed a small shape sitting on the rail. A child. My stomach dropped. I ran for the gate, ready to bolt across the yard, when I heard it. The sound of a train. It was faint but growing, a low thunder rolling closer. The man screamed, sprinting down the tracks. The woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Everything in me screamed to move, to help, but my body locked. It was like watching a movie that I couldn't pause. The child finally looked up. Too small, too slow. The train roared into view, horn blaring. The man dove forward. I flinched, expecting the impact or the screech of metal, but there was nothing. No crash, no train. The yard was completely silent. The figures were gone. The tracks were empty in both directions. I remember my basketball rolled and thudded against the fence behind me. It was the only sound left. I stayed there until it was too dark to see, shaking, convinced that I'd just gone crazy. But I know what I saw. I told my mom all about it, and though she told me not to worry about it, that I imagined it, she must have been curious. Later, when she asked a neighbor, they casually told her there was an accident here, back in the 70s. A boy died on those tracks. That was all she said, but that was all she needed to say. When my mom told me that years later, I knew that I had seen what I had seen. I just don't know how. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. This happened when me and my parents were on vacation to some place near Spain when I was still young. We went to a little beach at some coastal town, where I then immediately jumped into the ocean with my swimming goggles on. I then crawled onto some rocks and walked around until I noticed a crab sitting on the rocks. I then traversed them carefully while trying to catch it, but it kept crawling away. This continued until I then followed it to a point where the little bay I was in ended and the open ocean began. So then little me decided that it was a good idea to jump into the open water to see if there was anything cool down there. I then jumped in, and I was immediately hit with the cold temperature of the actual ocean water. But the worst part was that even with my goggles on, I couldn't see anything down there. I was met with a giant black void. No fish, no plants, no rocks, nothing. I then immediately turned around, began swimming back as quick as I could, and since that moment, I haven't gone beyond the shallows ever again. This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself, slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I check to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. In 2003, I was driving home from my friend's house at about 3 a.m. We'd been playing FIFA on PS2 all night. I was 100% sober. Anyway, the road home had a fork that rejoined about 500 meters later, so it didn't matter which way I went. I could go straight or I could go right. I'm heading up the hill toward the fork, and I heard an audible voice in my head say, "Turn right." It was so real, I actually responded with, "Okay," and slowed down for the intersection. I had a green light. As I slowed down, a car blew the red in the opposite direction at a speed that was likely 160 kilometers per hour or 100 miles per hour. My going straight would have resulted in me being T-boned in the driver's side door and my instant death. I'm a secular person. I don't believe in a higher power or anything, but I'm not quite certain what to make of that night. This happened when I was living in a small 2-story house by myself. My bedroom was upstairs, facing the backyard. I remember waking up in the middle of the night because I heard this faint tapping sound. At first, I was half asleep and figured it was just a tree branch brushing against the glass. But then I realized there weren't any trees near that side of the house. Nothing that could have reached the window. The sound wasn't constant. It was like someone lightly tapping their fingernail on the glass every couple of seconds. I laid there listening, trying to convince myself that it was just something shifting in the house. Finally, I sat up, turned on the lamp, and walked over to the window. The second I got close, the tapping stopped. I didn't see anything outside, no shadows or movement, just the yard, still, quiet, and dark. I closed the curtain, told myself I was imagining things. I forced myself to go back to bed. The next morning, though, when I went to open the blinds, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the outside of the glass were faint smudges, like someone had pressed their fingers there. I still don't know how to explain that. The window was on the second floor. There was no ledge, no ladder, no way for someone to reach it. It only happened that one night, but every time I think about it, I get that same uneasy feeling I had when I saw those fingerprints. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder, like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor, open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back, pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw, wouldn't answer questions, just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping, started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night, didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, He wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement. Said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us. Didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. So this happened a couple years back when I was working a night shift as a security guard. It was at a historical building downtown. One night I was doing my usual rounds. It was about 2:30 a.m., dead quiet. I'm walking through one of the upper floors, the old office wing, when I stop to check one of the doors that never locks right. I'm standing there with my flashlight on the knob, and I hear, clear as day, someone whispers my name. It wasn't loud. It was just over my shoulder, like someone leaned in close to say it. I didn't even think. I just whipped around with the flashlight, fully expecting to see a coworker screwing with me. But there was nothing. The hallway was empty. I guess what stuck with me it wasn't just a whisper. It was the fact that they said my name. It wasn't like a psst or something that you could just mistake for pipes hissing or wind slipping through the window. No, it was my name. I stood there like an idiot for maybe 10 seconds, and then I just kept moving. Fast. I did the rest of my rounds in record time, and I spent the rest of the night glued to the main desk with every possible light on. I didn't hear it again. I didn't see anything. I never actually worked another night shift alone in that building, thankfully. If you've ever had a job that requires a 7-hour drive every Sunday, you know the special kind of fatigue that sets in around 1 a.m. It's not just physical tiredness, it's a deep mental erosion that makes you stupid. I was 3 hours from my destination, pushing hard across the high pass in eastern Oregon. It was December, and the weather forecast had casually mentioned potential slick conditions. What they meant was black ice. The asphalt was wet and black. The air was just below freezing, the landscape a featureless cold void. I was driving on autopilot, clinging to the lane markers. I'd just passed a sign warning of dangerously tight S-curves around when I saw a woman. She was standing about 50 yards ahead, right around the shoulder, facing the direction I was driving. The sight was so immediate and so out of place it punched the adrenaline straight into my chest. This stretch of highway was notorious. Not a single house, town, or side road for 50 miles. And she was dressed for a summer beach trip. She wore a thin white dress, almost like a slip, and stood barefoot in the snow-dusted gravel. She had no coat or gloves. Her hair, long and black, was plastered to her face, and her arms were crossed tightly over her chest. She wasn't hailing me, she was just standing there, staring at the road. The moment I registered the impossibility of the image, my subconscious was screaming. I hit the brakes, not out of caution, but out of sheer panicked shock. The tires locked instantly on the hidden ice. The world went silent and slow. The rear end of my truck fishtailed violently to the right, throwing me toward the center. I was in a full, uncontrolled spin toward the unmarked, deadly curve. I was going to fly off the road, right into the ravine that I knew bordered that curve. In the fraction of a second, the truck went sideways. My headlights swept across the shoulder again, and the woman wasn't standing there anymore. Instead, she was positioned directly in the middle of my lane, maybe 20 feet ahead. She hadn't really moved. She was just there. I had moved. And now her head, it was tilted back, her face finally visible in the full blast of my high beams. Her eyes were wide and milky white, and a single trickle of dark fluid, maybe frozen blood, ran from her mouth down to her chin. She wasn't begging for help. She was frozen. Spectral. I realized that my body reacted violently, not to avoid the crash, but to avoid her. I cranked the wheel instinctively, counter-steering against the spin with a superhuman jolt of fear. The truck bit into the pavement again, just as the nose was pointed straight at that warning sign. I corrected, the wheels caught, and the vehicle lurched forward, slamming into the opposite shoulder snowbank and coming to a jarring, safe stop. I sat there, breathing only in shallow, choking gasps for a minute. I was alive. I finally managed to kill the engine, and I stumbled out of the truck with my flashlight in my hand, immediately sliding on the treacherous ice. I checked near the end, half expecting to find a body under the vehicle. Nothing. I shone the beam back down the road, back towards where I had spun out. There was no one there. Not even a footprint in the gravel. Not a trace of a thin white dress, just the wind and freezing darkness. I called the state patrol, barely able to string my words together. I reported the near miss in the ice, omitting the fact that I thought it was a ghost. But then I couldn't help myself. I told the dispatcher exactly where I had seen the figure, and I asked them to send a unit for a welfare check. 10 minutes later, the dispatcher broke back through, her voice tinged with professional curiosity. "Sir, we had a maintenance crew down there less than an hour ago. They didn't report anyone walking, and there's no residences for miles. Are you sure you didn't just see a reflective marker?" "No. I know what I saw," I told dispatch. The next morning, driving past the scene in daylight, I saw what had frightened the spirit. Taped to the rusty guardrail at that exact unmarked curve were 2 bundles of dried flowers and a bundle of plastic ones. A memorial. Someone had died there years ago. Maybe exactly how I nearly did. To this day, I know the difference between a hallucination and a warning, and I know that something that was already dead stood on black ice, maybe to save me from joining her, or attempting to get me to. I had been living out of my beat-up van for 3 weeks, crisscrossing the country to get to a new job. My money was tight, but I desperately needed one night of civilization. A shower, a comfortable bed, walls that didn't rattle when I drove. I booked the cheapest Airbnb I could find, a tiny, century-old rustic cottage miles outside of a small town. The reviews mentioned the charm, but also mentioned the historic atmosphere, how the heating system was a little temperamental, but it had a shower and a bed. I arrived well after dark, and the cottage was worse than advertised. It smelled faintly of mildew and mothballs, and the only light came from a single, sickly yellow porch lamp. Inside, it was dark. The furniture, the floors, the curtains, everything was dark. The first thing I did was make a beeline for the bathroom and lock myself in. After a long, glorious shower, I was toweling my hair and finally starting to relax. I can do one night. Just one night, I told myself. I opened the bathroom door, took one step out into the hallway, and that's when it hit me. Someone in my ear. It was a single high-frequency sound right next to my left ear. It was shrill and sharp, like someone had drawn a fingernail rapidly across a pane of glass, but with their voice. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighbors, but it was so close and so penetrating that it made the sensitive bones inside my ear ache. I gasped, spinning around, clutching my towel to my chest. But everything was empty. The sound was instantly gone, leaving behind only the deafening silence of a dead house. My heart was going crazy at this point. That was not a house settling, or a pipe. That was a noise made deliberately and right here. I wanted to run. I wanted to unlock the front door and sprint back to my safe, though cramped van. But then I looked out the front window. It was pitch black. Nearly a mile of empty road to the nearest gas station. And I'd already spent almost a week's worth of food money on this one night. I just needed to stick it out, tough it out. I had nowhere to go. I crept down the short hall to the bedroom. The bed was comfortable, but something about it made me feel like I was laying in a coffin. I pulled the covers back, and there, neatly laid out on the pillow, was a single, dry, yellowed rose petal. It looked like it had been pressed into a book for decades. I know I hadn't put it there, obviously. And why would a cleaning lady leave that there? It was a little intimate detail that I hoped wasn't specifically for me. I snatched the petal up, threw it into the trash, and jumped into bed. Pulling the covers up to my chin, I closed my eyes, with my fists clenched. About an hour later, I was still wide awake, listening to the silence. And then I heard from the far corner of the room the creak of the floorboards, slow and weighted. It was obvious they were heading toward the foot of the bed. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to breathe. I decided in that moment of absolute terror that if I didn't acknowledge it, it wasn't real. I repeated my mantra in my head. I have no money, I have no gas, nowhere to go, I have to stay here. And then I just decided I needed to open my fucking eyes. What if somebody was in the room? So I did. And there was no one. But the weight of the presence finally settled, right at the foot of the mattress. And then I felt the air shift. It wasn't cold. It was like pressure on my chest. And with one deep breath, I got a whiff of something. Old, cloying lavender and dust. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, breathing shallowly. Tears were tracing paths into my hair. I genuinely couldn't move. The next thing I remember was a sliver of weak dawn light hitting the window, and then my eyes. When I finally opened them, the room was still empty. The floorboards were silent. I was out of that house and back in my van within 5 minutes. I didn't even bother with the coffee. I drove straight through the morning. The next time I did stop, I opened up the back to go through some things, grab my wallet, and I found a single yellow rose petal. It made me shake instantly. I dropped it, flinging it away like a piece of trash. I don't know how the hell it got there, but I wasn't happy to see it, and it just added to the weirdness of the whole trip. I don't know if you would consider this paranormal, but it's not often that invisible forces shrill in my ear or sit on my bed. It's just all a little too strange. This happened well over 10 years ago, before I ditched my old apartment and my even older landline. I was 25, living alone, and already a bit jumpy from too many late nights. The calls started around 11:30 p.m., always. The phone would ring twice, and then just stop. Just enough for me to get a look at the caller ID before it went silent. And every single time, the screen displays the same 7 digits, my own phone number. The first few nights I chalked it up to a glitch in the ancient telephone system. Maybe my line was looping back. It was annoying, but I just muted the ringer and went to bed. I had an answering machine for any emergencies. Eventually, that feature just stopped working, and I was hearing the ringing again. I couldn't ignore it. It was a repetitive, ghost-like calling of my own phone number. It felt less like an error and more like something intentional. After so many times of this happening, the screen lit up with my number again and I snapped. I picked up on the second ring before I could hang up. Silence. Just a faint, high-pitched white noise hiss that sounded like a vacuum being run in another room. I was about to hang up, and then I heard a voice. Incredibly low and flat, and it cut through the static. It sounded digitized or mechanical, like an old speech synthesizer. "Where did you put the key?" It wasn't a question asked to me, but it was a question. I hung up the phone, and for some reason my hands were shaking. I even unplugged the phone for 24 hours, convinced that whatever had been trying to call was a prank, that they had some sort of voice synthesizer, they were recording for my reaction, I don't know, something. Eventually I plugged it back in, and of course it rang, with my number. I picked up on the second ring, dread mixing with a bit of rage. Before I could yell, the same flat voice repeated the same phrase. "Where did you put the key?" "Stop calling this number," I shouted. "Who is this? Just stop." There was a pause on the other end, and then it sounded like someone was going to speak, and the voice came back. This time it was a little different. It didn't sound like a recording. It sounded personally aware. Under the third tile. "You know what I mean, Brandon." For sure, it felt personal now. That was my name, obviously. I live on the 4th floor of a standard carpeted apartment complex. There's no tiles, no basements, no keys hidden anywhere. But that's my name. This time I disconnected the phone for more than just a couple of days, and I never reconnected that exact landline. I threw away the phone and the answering machine, and I got a new cell phone. I don't know what was calling me or who, but I know that as soon as I disconnected that line, it stopped. I never experienced any sort of harassment or anything in my real life. So, was it a prank? Maybe. But if it was a little too chilling for my taste. I know I wasn't the first person to move out of that place. Seemed to have a high turnaround. No pranksters ever came forward. I've always been inclined to believe that it was something a little more than that. I just don't know how. I remember the ads called it a seasonal custodian, but the job was winter keeper. I was hired to watch over the Blackwood Public Library, not the little local branch, but a massive ornate 19th century main hall downtown. It was closed for renovations and asbestos remediation, meaning my only task was keeping the boilers running, making sure the sustained cold didn't burst a pipe. It was quiet. The building was solid granite and marble, 3 stories high, with ceilings that soared 30 feet. Outside, the heaviest snowstorm in years had fallen, muffling the city into a dead silence. Inside, the sheer scale of the building magnified every sound that I made, the scrape of my shoes, clink of my keys. I slept on a cot in the main office on the ground floor. My first strange encounter happened 3 days into the job, during a routine evening check. I was walking down the second floor mezzanine, checking the radiator valves. The windows were all boarded up, leaving the whole floor in a deep, musty darkness, lit only by my flashlight. Then I heard this faint, high-pitched tinkle of music. It was thin, mechanical, a wind-up music box. I pretty much stopped dead the moment I heard it. I had toured every square foot, and there were no music boxes. The only things left upstairs were empty shelving units and dust sheets. I followed the sound to the east wing, toward the old children's reading room. As I got closer, the music stopped with a sharp clack. The silence came rushing back in. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was swallowed instantly by the high ceilings. "Anyone there?" Nothing. I convinced myself it was a vibration, loose piece of ductwork catching in the wind. I was alone. I had to be alone. Later in the night, the music returned. This time it was followed by another sound, though, one that chilled me genuinely. It was the unmistakable sound of small, wet shoes running on polished wood. Not heavy boots or steps like my own, but the hurried sound of a child in soaking leather shoes, padding across the floor just above me. I looked up. The third floor, the entire top story, had been sealed off for months, taped shut and marked as a hazard zone. The wet, shuffling feet traveled from the north end of the building, across the main reading room, and stopped directly over the head of my cot. The running had stopped, followed by a soft cry, and then silence. Fear is a funny thing. I wasn't brave, but I was exhausted and determined to maintain my sanity. I made my way to the second floor, but I saw nothing there. There were no footprints even. But as I stood there, waiting to see something, I heard the sound again, this time above me, the third floor. I went to the sealed stairwell and tore off the tape. I had to see what was making the sound. The third floor was Arctic cold. The windows had been stripped out for replacement, covered only by thin plastic sheeting that snapped loudly in the breeze. The floorboards were old and creaked under my weight. I started to follow the sound's trajectory, from the old children's stacks to the window overlooking the street. The floor was dusty, except for one spot near a large south-facing window. There, where the sun would have hit the floor had it been daytime, was a small, dark patch of melted water. And leading away from it, fading into the dust, was a distinct trail of tiny, wet footprints. They weren't footprints from my shoes. They were small enough to have belonged to a 4 or 5-year-old. The tracks led straight to the window. I shone my flashlight, and I saw sitting there a tarnished metal music box. I picked it up. It was heavy, cold to the touch. As I held it, a deep shiver went through me, but I don't think it was the cold. I heard the faintest, sweetest sound of child's laughter. And the music, while holding it in my hands, started to play. After holding it for a while, I wasn't scared. I decided to leave it where I'd found it. I finished my contract. I kept the boilers running, but every night I expected to hear a little girl's laughter or wet shoes running. And one other time, I did. I wondered, though, what was she doing there, and how could she move on? It's almost sad when you think about it. I don't think she was waiting for anything except maybe a friend. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, and times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. When I was 7, I was playing on my own when I had a question for my mom. I went looking for her and saw that she was in our car vacuuming it. I watched her for a moment and still remember the way she moved her long-haired ponytail out of the way of the vacuum pipe. I tapped on the window to get her attention. She didn't look up, so I waved my arms and yelled, "Mom, Mom," to no response. The question must have been unimportant because I gave up and went back into the house. As I walked in, my mom was standing in the kitchen. I felt goosebumps all over my body. I still remember to this day how confounded I was in that moment. I walked up to her, very confused, and asked her if she'd just been vacuuming in the car. She looked at me strangely and said that she was never in the car, that she'd been in the kitchen this whole time. As I knew it was impossible for her to move from the car to the kitchen in that short space of time, I began to wonder how many other things I saw that were not really there. This one is one of my most vivid memories, and every detail was incredibly real. It never happened again. Alone, I didn't think I'd ever see the surface again. I don't talk about this much, partly because people assume I'm exaggerating, but mostly because reliving it makes my chest tighten up in a way that I can't really explain. It happened in southern Utah, summer 2021. I'd been backpacking with a couple of friends near some slot canyons, and I came across a tight cave system. A ranger had mentioned it at the visitor center. Easy crawl space, a little challenging, but cool if you're into that sort of thing. I was into that sort of thing. My friends, not so much. They decided to keep heading back toward the camp. I dropped into the narrow entrance and promised that I'd catch up in an hour. I didn't leave a note. I didn't bring a real map. I didn't even think twice. And that decision almost killed me. The entrance was tight, but manageable. I slid through the narrow mouth into the cold, dry dark. At first, it was thrilling. Everything swallowed and quiet, just the sound of my own breathing and my boots scraping sandstone. I had a solid headlamp, a backup flashlight, and a cheap trail snack tucked in my jacket pocket. I kept going. Maybe 30 minutes in, I came to a squeeze that looked tricky but doable. It was a tight, belly crawl type space, where your shoulders barely clear the rock. I told myself if it got any tighter, I'd just turn around, so I pushed through. And about halfway in, I got stuck. Not stuck like wiggle a little and move on. I mean completely pinned. My chest was pressed to the ground, my back scraped the roof, and I couldn't shift forward or backward. The passage had narrowed just slightly, maybe a half an inch, but enough to trap me. At first, I stayed calm, took deep breaths, tried to adjust my arms, shift my hips, back up. Nothing worked. Just surrounded by rock, above me, below me, my face maybe 6 inches from the wall. My helmet was pinned at an angle that I couldn't even turn my head to see my feet. I was lying in total darkness on my stomach, in a coffin made of stone. My breath got shallow and fast. My mind started racing. I didn't tell them where I went. No one knows I'm down here. My phone is in the pack. My pack is 50 feet behind me. I screamed. Not words, just pure fear. The voice hit the stone, came back warped and small. I don't know how long I laid there, eventually crying, hyperventilating, trying not to black out. I clawed at the rock, tore up my gloves and elbows, but nothing gave. And then somehow something clicked. Survival mode. I forced myself to stop moving. I slowed my breathing, counted it out. In, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. I waited until the panic receded, just enough to think. I remembered something that I'd read years ago about people dying in caves because they fought the rock. So I did the opposite. I stopped fighting. I relaxed every muscle that I could and just let my body go limp, like I was trying to melt into the space. I shifted just enough weight forward to make my chest dip lower, and then exhaled fully and used that small contraction to inch ahead. It worked. Barely. Millimeter by millimeter. It took almost an hour to clear the squeeze. An hour of slow, terrifying movement in silence and stone. When I was finally free, I didn't even stand up. I just laid there, crying into the dirt, until my brain believed I was actually out. I crawled back to the entrance, reached the surface just as the last of the daylight was bleeding off of the rocks. My friends had just started to wonder why I hadn't shown up. If I'd taken 5 minutes longer, they would have packed up and headed back to camp. No one would have found me. Now I don't really do caves, not anymore. I don't care how cool or easy someone says it is. I'll just hike, I'll climb, I'll even swim with sharks. But I'll never go back underground. After college, for several years, my friends and I would get together the day before Thanksgiving. We would eat food, play games, and get super drunk. Maybe you've heard of this tradition. We referred to it fondly as Friendsgiving. And when I was about 25, we celebrated our final one together as a group. And let's just say it was one to remember. 2 friends of ours had bought property out in Deer Park, Washington, a couple of months before the holidays, and they invited us to celebrate Friendsgiving out there as a sort of housewarming party, too. We all lived in eastern Washington at the time, so we opted to just carpool there, 4 of us in 1 car. It should have been a quick trip, one that we were even somewhat familiar with to a certain point. It was a Tuesday night, and the final road to our friend's house was a long stretch of nothingness. As we started getting closer to what we thought was our destination, we were suddenly aware that we were being followed. I think it was my friend who was driving, Blake, who noticed first and then called it to the attention of the rest of the car. The music was turned down, and suddenly we were all looking out the back window. It wasn't just that there was a car following us on this seemingly desolate road. It was how close they were following us. I remember audibly gasping at that realization, and my friend Summer did the same as we instinctively grabbed each other's hands. The headlights were almost blinding as Blake asked us, "Can you see the driver? What's up?" I hear my friend in the front seat echo his question. I focused, trying to see anything but the blinding headlights. It seemed as though we should be able to make out the driver, but from this angle he resembled nothing more than a large, dark silhouette. I was taken aback by the headlights once again. They were so unusual, and I recall thinking that I'd never seen headlights quite like that. But I realized I sure had, on really old cars. They were perfectly round and slightly raised from the car itself. Just as I thought I'd state these facts out loud, it got even closer. "You just need to let them pass. Pull over or speed up," Summer ordered Blake from the back seat next to me. Pretty soon, Blake was having to drive so fast to avoid the car tailing us that he couldn't safely pull off the road. I could see the car clearly now. It was a very old antique-style car. I don't know enough about cars to do much, but I know enough to know that that car was a classic. Who drives a classic car so recklessly? I remember asking out loud. No answer from within. By now, the car became filled with fear and angst. Finally, Blake made the split decision to pull off on a gravel shoulder, which was practically non-existent. The car was still right on our ass as we pulled off. Summer and I were screaming as we realized they were the closest they'd been to our car yet, and we could see that there were multiple silhouettes in the car. We immediately felt a jolt as the car hit our back end. Blake struggled for a moment to regain control of his car. We weren't headed for a cliff or anything, but it was pitch black out there, and we knew that we were surrounded by giant trees. As the car spun, my eyes spun in the direction of the other car. Looking from each window of the car, I could still see the antique vehicle, until suddenly it disappeared. I don't mean that it sped off or anything like that. I mean that we watched it disappear. As he pulled off to the side, we confirmed there was nothing there. It didn't follow us, it didn't pass us or keep driving. It completely disappeared off the road, and there was no explaining where the car had gone. "Where the hell did they go?" Blake asked his passengers, and no one said a thing. I believe we were all in shock, but still, looking at the road behind us, expecting to see something. After a few moments, Blake gets out of the car and looks for any sort of damage to his car. When he got back in, he told us there was no damage, not even a scratch on his car. Still, we were all sure that we had seen someone, a car, following us. Not only that, but we all felt the jolt from the impact. Yet we also agreed that we'd seen something disappear right before our eyes. Either way, Blake started driving back into the road and continued to follow the GPS to our friend's house. We were all sorts of quiet, not sure what to say or think about what had just happened. When we got to our friend's house, we told them about the experience. Them not having been in the car with us, I guess it was just hard for them to believe. I asked them, "Did any other cars drive down this road, especially in the last 10 minutes?" No. They were the only occupied property along this road. The rest was either undeveloped or protected land. So, what the hell did we experience?